Now, I've always been interested in the paranormal and unexplained ever since I was a young kid, after having what I now believe to be an experience with a black-eyed kid, but that's a story for another day. This one takes place when I was about 15 or so in the middle of Tennessee. Back then, I was going through my edgy phase, as we all do, and I thought it would be cool to go into the woods alone to blow off some steam, and why not? I spent a lot of time with my grandma as my dad worked 6 days a week, and I didn't feel comfortable being left alone at home since it was kind of a sketchy meth head town, whereas my grandma lived in a relatively nicer area. She owns a good few acres of land, and if you go far enough into the woods, there's this really beautiful waterfall that leads to an underground spring. So one day, I was going back there trekking the land I knew like the back of my hand at that point, enjoying the peacefulness and wilderness and everything it has to offer. After going uphill for a bit, it starts downhill and there's this clearing that takes you straight to the waterfall. Watching my feet as I walk, always cautious as to not step on a copperhead, I came down the hill into a clearing. Right at the bottom of the hill, I see something. It's unusual and catches my eye. It took me a second to realize what I was staring at, but it was the skeleton of a deer, like freshly killed. Now normally I wouldn't think too much of this, but something felt off. There was no rotten skin or signs of flesh anywhere. These bones still had flesh and blood on them, but no signs of skin or anything. My young teenage mind tried to process this, and I couldn't think of any predator in that area that could have just stripped a deer like this. The other thing is, no hunter would really be able to do this. Now, this is not an area where hunters are known to hunt to, or really supposed to be. The moment I realised this, a very strong sense of doom washes over me, and it's almost an impending one, and my fight or flight kicked in. It felt like the trees and everything around me was shaking, like something was moving fast towards me, so I took off and ran as fast as I can, not even looking behind me, because I can sense I'm being chased. I hear the twigs and sticks breaking under the weight of something behind me. It sounds heavy too. I don't think I ever ran so quick in my life. Once I'm out of the woods, I make it back to roughly where my grandma's is, and get into the backyard, and suddenly a feeling of safety washes over me. I don't know what was in those woods that day, but needless to say, I didn't hike back there or go back there on my own ever again. In the late 90s, when I was about 12 years old, I went to a summer camp at Robbers Cave in Oklahoma. Our cabin was filled with bunk beds in big open space, so I had a top bunk. One of the nights I was there, I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night to a sound outside of my window. My head lay opposite from the window, so when I sat up, I was staring directly outside into the woods. Through the grass, I see a glowing green object in the shape of a person. I couldn't see a face, but I could feel it staring at me. The ordeal lasted for what felt like a minute of us staring at each other. I remembered I began feeling sick to my stomach, and the next thing I remember was waking up the following day. I've tried as rationally as I can to figure out what it was, or think maybe it was a dream, but it really felt different to me and was too vivid. The experience was so jarring that I've had recurring dreams about seeing this thing ever since, but for whatever reason, none of them feel like that first one that I had. Now, I grew up on a ranch. My dad owned a small single-wide trailer. We were neighbours with my tia and tio. They were around 100 yards to the left of us. The back of our trailer was placed really close to thick woods, so I didn't really have a backyard. We were kind of plopped right in the middle of the woods, but our driveway was connected to the main dirt road, if that makes sense. Well, I always felt creeped out about the backyard area and our back door. Like I said, we didn't have a backyard. It was a heavy, uncleared wooded area. We never used the back door. It was always locked with one of those chain locks on the inside. I was a very active kid. I couldn't ever sit inside and chill. I always had to be outside exploring. Usually my cousins and I would explore the ranch, build forts and ride four-wheelers, but there were times that I would go exploring alone. I remembered there was one time I was looking around the trailer alone trying to find a good spot to build a fort. I was around 8 years old at the time. I went to the end of the trailer to explore. This area had a large area of cleared brush, but behind me was the backwood area. Now I can remember walking around focusing on finding a good fort spot when suddenly I feel really uneasy. My attention immediately went to the backwood area. It felt like someone was staring at me. The feeling was so intense. I booked it to the back of my house. I don't remember any other details about that experience other than feeling like somebody was there staring at me. There was another time where I came home from my cousin's house to get some clothes since I was staying the night with her. So it's around 9 PM. My cousin's driveway connects to the main dirt road in the same area as my driveway. Anyway, when I open the front door and walk into the trailer, I noticed the back door was completely open again. I was staying at my cousin's house and my dad was down the road at a local bar. There was no one at the trailer for hours. My dad never opened the back door ever for any reason. I immediately felt very spooked and hightailed it back to my cousin's house without getting the clothes I initially went there to pick up. There's many other weird things that my cousins and I have experienced on the ranch, but this experience is by far the most alarming for us. It was during the summer of '07. We were at my cousin's house. My dad took us to Hollywood Video earlier that day to rent a movie. This was what he did to make up for being out late. Now, we ended up renting Texas Chainsaw Massacre and decided to watch it at about 1 AM. We chose to rent this movie and watched it at a time because we love to get spooked. Well, after finishing the movie, it's about 2 AM, and we still want to party, so we decide that we'll walk to my trailer and pick up the boombox and listen to our CDs we just burnt on a website. Remember, my cousin's driveway is connected to the main road parallel to where my driveway was. We get to walking, and out of nowhere, we hear a chainsaw going off in the hill about 40 or 50 yards to the left of us. Way too close for comfort. Again, this is 2 AM in the middle of nowhere. All of the land surrounding us is owned by a close family. None of them would ever opt to clear/operate a chainsaw at 2 AM in the pitch black. We actually have to use a flashlight to see the dirt road in front of us. That's how dark it was. When we heard the chainsaw, we all paused and looked at each other super confused. Once we processed what we're hearing, we run as fast as we can to my trailer, only because at that point, it was closer than my cousin's house. Unfortunately, my dad wasn't home. He was out doing whatever he was doing, so we couldn't tell him about what we just heard or ask for a ride back to the cousins. We ended up grabbing my loaded .22 and walking back with it in hand. Luckily, we didn't hear the chainsaw again. Now, to this day, my cousins and I are perplexed over this experience. There's no logical explanation to this chainsaw that we heard at 2 AM. In a weird way, it almost sounded like a very loud recording of a chainsaw, rather than an actual chainsaw. Again, none of my family would wake up at 2 AM and start clearing or doing anything, so it's weird. Or why would they play the sound of one for no reason? And I feel especially weirded out because we'd just watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Even though we were trying to get spooked, we didn't want it to be in this way. None of us are expecting what we heard. We all heard it clear as day at the same time. My cousins and I told our family about this experience on a few occasions. My family's response is always weird. My dad got short with us and said, "Well, you shouldn't have been out at that time." Now, I don't really know what to think of it. Now, my father grew up in rural Idaho in the 70s and 80s, and the ranch is surrounded by about 1,000 acres where he has no neighbors. Now, one night, my grandparents left my father and his foster brother home alone while they attended an event in a larger city. Usually this is fine. The house is miles away from the road, so visitors were always expected and known in advance. It wasn't the sort of place that strangers happen upon. My dad was walking down the hall and happened to pass the back door, which has a large window directly next to it. He was horrified to see a man's face pressed against it and staring at him. He didn't recognize the man. Then he and the man actually stare at each other. Now, eventually the man moved away. My dad screams for his brother, and the both of them run upstairs to the front door. The front door is large and a sliding glass door that overlooks the driveway. In the driveway was an unfamiliar car with headlights on parked. Feeling trapped, they decide to call the closest neighbor they can think of. The neighbor agreed to come and check out the place, and they sat and watched the car park. And though they never saw anybody getting in or out of one, they watched the car that's there slowly drive and go away. Now, there are two bumpy dirt lanes that lead in and out of our ranch. One running north and the other south. They're both about a mile long. The neighbor that had seen the car had arrived from the south only a few minutes after the car pulled away, and the grandparents actually arrived from the north about the same time. Neither had passed the same car, or even seen a man walking around. In the years since, almost all my family has seen the car driving around the ranch, and few people have ever seen the man press his face against a window. Now, we have no idea who he is though. I grew up in a property that was really out of the way. It was literally like an hour drive just to find your next neighbor, and that had some advantages as well as some downsides. The problem was that if you didn't have a car, you're kind of stranded. And normally my parents would always have a babysitter whenever I was out, but at the time of this story, I was grown enough and trusted that yes, I could be in the property on my own if they needed to go out and do things. And I was a teenager, so I was more rebellious then. My father owned a rifle and I knew exactly where it was and how to open it with the key, so I always felt safe. Don't worry, I was trained by him and I knew all of the safety stuff, and I always thought of that if ever I went near that thing. Now, on one particular day, my parents were going out for the evening. This was before cell phones, so I couldn't have called them if I needed to directly, but I knew that they had a landline that I could answer to, and I wasn't too worried really. They said that they're going to call around 10 at night just to check up on me before coming home at around 11. So I say goodbye, and I'm really happy here. It was kind of like one of those nostalgic summer days you remember when you're a kid, when you feel like you have all the time in the world to be at home and just do what you want. So I decided to go for a quick wander through the woods. I felt very happy, and I really enjoyed the fact that my parents were, yes, finally letting me do things as I wanted. It wasn't always as quick as I might have liked, but I didn't have a problem with it. I had some cool drinks with me as well that I'd bought from the store the other day with my dad. My dad said that I could treat myself and could also order pizza, so I was really happy. I had about $20 or so saved up and I was looking forward to using it. before my dad left, he told me that I could use his own money, so it made it even better. I ended up going through the woods for a while, and I didn't see anyone. I never did really. I wasn't even on a proper path, I just knew the area well, so enjoyed wandering around here. There was one kind of gate that you had to go through, which is owned by farmers, but there weren't any there at the time. I make my way down to the area that I like to sit at, which is near some abandoned railway tracks. Long ago the trains come here, and long ago were any other people. So that's why I'm a bit confused. As I'm laying down, I'm sure I can see something white just further up ahead. I didn't know what I was seeing. It kind of looked like when you see spots in your eyes and they glow too brightly, because I only saw it for a second but it disappeared. I thought that was pretty odd and actually ended up standing up and kind of covering my eyes to see as much as I can. You know how if you kind of make like binoculars with your hands you can focus a bit? I was doing that, but it didn't seem to make much of a difference because I couldn't see anything. I presume that yes, I'm not seeing anything and decide that I should just head back now. It was a given that I was putting on a front, but I was feeling a lot less confident than when I walked in here. Not to worry, I just played some of my favourite songs and headed out, jump over the gate and head back to home. Now I eventually get back in and I feel pretty happy and content. I go to raid the fridge of some of the cool drinks that I had and I have them all in one. I realise, this is a bad decision because I wanted to save some to have with the pizza, so I just put the TV on to distract myself. Now I had it on pretty loudly and that's when I don't notice it at first. There's some kind of knocking coming. I quickly get up and go towards the door. I think maybe my parents have come home early, so I open it and say, "Hey Dad," kind of annoyed, but I realise no one's around. I can just hear the sounds of the TV in the background, so I just think that maybe it was on the TV and close the door. I head back inside and turn down the TV a little bit and order the pizza. They inform me that there's problems with the line and that they can't understand what I'm saying to make the order, and I keep saying, "No, please, I just need one large chicken pizza," again and again until eventually they hang up on me. Annoyed, I hang up my phone too, actually slamming it down. Really irritated because I can make my own food, but who wants to do that? I think there's better things that I can be doing with my time, so I go back to watching TV. Still irritated with the pizza place, I put it on a little louder than before. Now I get lost in the show that I'm watching and kind of half fall asleep. I'm awoken again by knocking again, and I'm convinced that it's my parents at home. I quickly get up and peer around the window, but I can't see anyone or anything. Again, this is pretty bizarre, but I try not to get too bothered by it, and just look at the time quickly, thinking maybe my parents have gone round to close the window or something. That's when I realised that it's only been about 10 minutes and it's way too early for my parents to be back. I'm pretty tired now, but kind of orientate myself again and decide to turn off the TV. I decide that I'm going to do some reading of some of my comic books now because I've got all of the things at my disposal that I want to do. So I go and grab one, this time moving over to the kitchen. I start reading through them and I have a feeling that there's something on the back of my neck. I keep trying to reach for it, but I can't seem to figure out what it is. At first I thought maybe it was like a spider's web that had fell onto me or something like a hair, but I realise there's nothing there. And I also feel much more warm than earlier. Again, this is a pretty bizarre one and I can't really figure out what it is, and I just kind of hope that my mum and dad come back quicker. I go to the phone to try and make a phone call to my parents asking how long they're going to be. So I pick up the phone and I realise that the line is down. I can just hear a constant buzzing sound. I actually disconnect and reconnect it and keep on picking it up and down, but it doesn't make a difference. The line is absolutely funked. I think, God, this can't get any worse. To be honest, I was going to reattempt to buy pizza afterwards too, so I was getting annoyed. I decide instead that I should go and make a sandwich now. I make it back to the kitchen and make myself a sandwich. I go back to watch some more TV, and you're probably getting tired of hearing this now, but it was one of my absolute favourite things to do. I'd love to say it was a big learning experience, but it wasn't. But hey, I was young, so it was a thing to do. Now, while watching TV this time, I noticed there's something, and it doesn't bother me at all at first. Don't ask me why, but I was probably too engrossed in what I was watching. I realised that there's a figure on the patio which doesn't look right. I can kind of just see it out of my eye until I turn around and we lock eyes. I'm now staring face to face with someone who is freakishly tall, dressed in a clown costume, holding a knife. I don't know what to do, and we're froze locking eyes for what feels like a good 20 seconds or so, but it was probably only about 2 or 3. I realise that I've dropped my sandwich as I was eating, and my limbs have all went limp. I go to scream, but nothing comes out of my mouth. For a second I considered that it was my parents and maybe they thought it was funny, but I realised it's not possible. This person is much taller than my dad. Now, to describe this person, they look like they're in their 50s or 60s, caked in clown makeup, wearing a typical clown uniform, mostly dressed in yellow. I go to scream again and nothing comes out when the clown slowly raises its hand up and starts waving back and forth to me. The clown then gestures to be quiet as it slowly walks round to the other side of the house out of sight, still clutching what I think is a knife. Now, I did scream finally, and I actually scared myself with the tone of it. Almost on instinct, I rush over to where the gun is stored. I go to grab the key, and I can't find it. I punched the side and actually hurt my hand, but somehow this opened it. I thank God under my breath, and I quickly grab the rifle. My hands are shaking so much that I can't actually load it properly, and I ended up cutting my hand, which I'd already injured hitting this thing open, trying to put some ammo in. But that doesn't matter, I have lots of adrenaline now. I don't know where this clown is, and for some reason I decide the best thing I can do is open the window and start letting some shots off. Now, I could have very easily killed someone because I wasn't aiming, but I wasn't really thinking of that. I mean, God, I could have even hit my parents, but it's not worth thinking of. And I let out 4 shots outside the window. Now, this must have been enough to scare whoever that person is, because I go lurching window to window with my rifle in hand like some kind of spec ops soldier, and I don't see anyone. Now, I try again to call the police, call anyone, but the phone line's still down. I realise that all I can do now is just wait it out, and I quickly arm myself with all the ammo there is and go to the bathroom, locking the door. From here I have a point of view where I can see if my parents have come home or not. I just cock one in the chamber and wait there patiently. Now, my God, I thought it was about 6 hours, but it was probably only about 2. Before I eventually see some lights coming up the drive, and I realise that it's my parents. I scream, "Mum, Dad, come." My dad quickly sprints out of the car and my mum's just behind them, and I rush to open the door of the bathroom and sprint down. I bolt there and my dad says, "Jesus, why have you got that?" and takes the gun off me, quickly putting a safety on. I then explain that somebody's here, and my dad looks furious, flicks off the safety, and goes room to room searching. He searches the entire house and even around the perimeter when he realises that somebody's cut the phone line. My mum is very scared, and all of us get into the car, only once my dad is certain that no one's here. My dad's asking me to describe the person, and a look of absolute terror comes across him when I describe this person was wearing a clown outfit. I guess he had seen that killer from back in the day, and maybe he thought it was someone inspired by them. I don't know, but eventually my dad gets over to the police station, screaming the whole time that he's gonna kill this person, he's gonna kill them. Eventually my dad puts the rifle down into the car because obviously he doesn't want to go into the police station like that, and we end up saying exactly what's happened, My mum's very shaken and we actually have to stay in a motel room for a number of months afterwards. My parents are not able to sell the property, but my mum also got a gun and I got my very own one after this. We were also never allowed to stay in there individually unless it was my dad on his own, but he never did that. We never found out who this is or what their intentions were, but unfortunately there wasn't enough forensics from where the line was cut. It's one experience that stayed with me and I think I'm never going to be able to lose it from my mind. I'm just incredibly grateful that I didn't freeze up, and God knows what would have happened to me if that had happened. While working as a park ranger, there was one thing that always stood out to me as being particularly bizarre. Now, I'd like to say that this story started out in a beautiful summer's day, but it didn't. It started when rain was falling heavily, and I didn't really want to be at work, to be honest. I had some other things going on that I really needed to take care of, and I was kind of getting fed up of waiting for some people to do things that they weren't. So yeah, it wasn't great. I kind of just wanted to get home and do other things and just take my mind off everything, because I found being trapped at work would make it worse. And also, I had to go and survey an area which I really didn't want to do, just because the weather was so bad mostly, but hey, it was my job to do it. So I head out and I make it a little way off the path before I eventually have to go into the forest. Now this was pretty close to winter time and there weren't that many leaves on the trees, so that was probably a good thing. It meant I could move through the trees, but they're on the floor now. All of the leaves, I mean. And it kind of made your shoes get quite grubby. And it was, I don't know, just not really nice with the slushing and the dampness of everything. I had my umbrella though, so I wasn't too bothered, but it also made going through the trees quite difficult because I couldn't really make it through too many without having to put it down a bit, and I was worried this thing was going to break. Now I eventually make it up into a clearing and I can see a lake which isn't far from where we're based. I decide that I'm going to walk up to the lake and just relax for a bit because I don't know, I haven't really got a time scale for what I'm doing and I want to enjoy myself and try and clear my mind a bit. So I eventually make it over to the lake and it's very misty and I can't really see too far across it. It wasn't too bad. I slowly felt my mind starting to cool down a bit and I started to relax and feel good again. I mean heck, I almost forgot why I was angry and this was really nice. We even have a small pier which I can walk on and that's what I do. I go right up to the edge of the lake and have a really nice look around and just enjoy myself. I don't do this for too long and I continue on my journey. Now the rain still picked up and there's actually a couple of downed trees around a small path which I'm near once again. This path hasn't been used for years and actually isn't available to the public. It's one that we needed to clear off and something that we're still doing today, but it made my walking easier. I was pretty surprised the trees were down because these were big trees and I didn't see anything that could have made them go like this. I did think maybe it was lightning, but I had second thoughts because there wasn't any signs of a lightning strike. I wasn't much further from the area that I needed to survey now, so I started to feel a bit better again. I think maybe being outside for long enough actually made my mind flip the other way, and I was feeling quite happy. I continue on this path and I'm following a small stream next to me, and there's not so many leaves on the ground here, which is actually quite nice. I know my shoes are recovering. Now at one point I have to jump over a stream, but luckily I make it. There was a few downed trees around here and actually too many to be considered normal, but I decide I'm not going to try and cross on one. Plus everyone would make fun of me if I'd fallen in and come back all soaked. Now, as I've just got over this small stream, I come into another part of the woods which has fewer trees now, so makes for nicer walking. And that's when I noticed something odd. I can see a large person walking in the distance. Now, this person was very tall. I mean, way over 6 feet tall, but I can't really see much else about them. They seem to be wearing relatively dark clothing, but I don't know. They were just moving kind of weird, not like how a normal person would walk. I call out and don't get a reply. I do it again, shouting that I'm a ranger here, and say you've got to be careful because of the trees are falling down. And they don't say anything, but they seem to notice me. Now they do act almost suspicious, and I decide that I'm gonna follow them. They kind of dart through the trees quickly, and I think this is odd. Worried that they've done something wrong, I decide that I'm just gonna keep a distance and try and trail them. Now I had to walk for a good 5 minutes to get up to where they were before, and I realised something odd. There is a really bad smell. I actually start to worry that it might be a body here, and suddenly my mind starts racing. Something is definitely off here. It's almost like the scene from a horror film when the victim discovers a body, then becoming a victim themselves. I keep my guard with me, and am very cautious. I call out again, hey, deciding that they know where I am already, so I better find them quick. And this time, I'm met with something very bizarre. It's a screech/scream that I've never heard so loud before. It almost sounds animalistic, and it kind of reverberates through my entire body. Not sure whether somebody's really hurt and maybe has a loud voice, I decide to pursue again. I run a little bit further and eventually catch sight of this person again, quickly darting through the trees once more. They seem to be moving extremely quick, especially considering I've been trained to go in areas like this and move fast anyway. They seem almost like a level above me, and the smell's really bad here. I'm not sure whether they're carrying another body on them or something is that bad. And as I'm running, I notice something. Something hits my arm, and it really hurts, like badly. I look down and see that a large rock has been thrown at me. But how? This thing was almost like a bowling ball, and I'm lucky this just grazed my arm. Not really sure where it's come from. I think maybe this person had set a booby trap in the tree for me, and I trail back again. I can see something else coming over the hill, and it's another one. Again, roughly the size of a bowling ball, and I just think, how is anybody throwing these? They must be up in the trees. So I now go diagonal to where I am. I'm looking up at the trees constantly, but weirdly I can't see anything at all. That's when another one falls not far from me. I decide that I have to sprint now because these are getting more accurate, and I sprint as fast as I possibly can. I make it towards a corner and I hear a very loud thud on the ground. I stop in my tracks thinking there's going to be another body, and I slowly peer around the corner, and to my disbelief, a huge boulder is now laying in the middle of the path that I was following. I knew for a fact it wasn't there before, because one of the other rangers had been out surveying this area a few days previously, so that was really weird. I now realise that something's very off. I slowly make my way up the hill and look down, and that's when I spotted it. I locked eyes with this thing for only a couple of seconds, but those seconds felt like an eternity, and it's forever been merged into my mind, almost more stronger than anything else from my life. I was staring dead in the eyes of some creature which is probably 8 feet tall, covered in hair, that has sharp, jagged teeth, and very dark eyes. And when I looked at this thing, it didn't look that scared of me. It continues off, and I just watch it slowly vanish into the distance. Now I felt like my soul had definitely left my body in those brief seconds that I was watching it vanish, fading away into the distance far too quickly to be any human. I now realise that what I'd just seen is something that not many people have ever seen in their lifetime, or that not many people would even consider to be there. I quickly start heading back in the opposite direction. I check the boulders there again, which it is, just making sure that this isn't all happening inside my brain. I eventually make it back past the surveying area, and I get further away from the smell, which slowly vanishes. I eventually make it all the way back to the station and report in my surveying, and I just sit there in my chair not knowing what to think. Thinking back on it now, the only logical thing I can think is some kind of skinwalker or something like that. I know there's no way it is a person in a suit because this was moving far too quickly, but I really don't know what I saw. I don't want to say it was Bigfoot, but I know it wasn't any bears, but what could this thing have been? So I dated somebody who owned a cavalier dog. Basically, they can find dead bodies. Anyway, they explained that they work with rescue teams. We live in wilderness country. The dog's job was to sniff out bodies of people who might have got lost or potentially passed away under avalanches, etc. After 5 months of now dating my ex, I asked if I could house/dog sit. Was more than happy to. Great dog. Would be great dog sitting for a couple of weeks while they visit family. Now, I was warned that it has happened on hikes before that the dog picks up the scent of a corpse and gave me steps to follow if this happens. The first couple of days are uneventful and the dog goes dragging me down this trail and I'm panicking thinking, oh no, what am I going to see? But the dog stops at this very stern woman, just sauntering along. He keeps looking back and forth between me and the woman. She gives me a quick, your dog isn't well trained. I then drag the dog away. It happens with this woman a few more times, so I call the owner to bring it up. I describe the woman and my ex is shocked and confused, not familiar with the woman. Fast forward to my last night of dog sitting. I was going to bed and had this horrific nightmare about being held down by her. I hear a bark and wake up and the dog is standing next to me at the bed in an alert position, staring at the end of it. I never got an answer to this. I was 12 or so at the time, and some friends of mine were in the Girl Scouts and invited me to join them for a sleepover at the Tuberculosis Sanitarium in Marlin, just north of San Francisco. At this time, 50 years ago now, the building wasn't in the best of condition. There was an old caretaker's cabin and some old outbuildings. My best friend and I wandered around there first day, Saturday, and well, we were not the best behaved little monsters. In spite of the locked door, we crawled through a window into the caretaker's cabin and explored it. My friend went upstairs and I stayed downstairs as a sentry. Already nervous, I was even more jumpy when I heard somebody coming down the stairs, but it wasn't my girlfriend. There was no one there, at least visibly. Fast forward to that evening, in an attempt to go to sleep, we're overtaken by giggles. Hey, we're little girls, and one of the counselors separates us so the other girls can sleep. I was placed in the bed in this sunroom. It was an enclosed room but with windows on 3 walls. The wall I was facing is one with some French doors and a balcony. Now, early before anyone else was up, I watched a woman in an old-fashioned dress and parasol walk across the balcony and descend down the stairs. I just figure it is one of the counselors and roll over to go back to sleep. Later in the morning, after getting up and dressed, my friends and I explored the balcony, and there were no stairs. Strange. We all explored the old wooden acreage all around the old sanitarium, and off we all went back home. It was only a few years ago I did some researching and learned that many had seen apparitions there at this facility, so I wasn't really just imagining things after all. One day on shift as a park ranger, we had something bizarre happen. We were following a trail and every so often, we would find a doll's head, Literally just a decapitated doll's head with the hair half cut, and a scary smiley face etched on with what appeared to be a red pen. This is extremely bizarre. We've never really encountered anything like this, and they seem to be going off in a particular direction. We follow these, and we literally collect about 6 of them, all about 10 feet apart or so, until eventually we find what has to be about 100 or so of them all scattered around in a big circle in the middle of the wilderness. We still to this day have no idea how they got there or what they were there for. Now, this is a quick story from when I was growing up in northern Kentucky in the 90s. I would have been right around 10, maybe a little older. I'm in my 30s now, but I vividly remember this happening and I still think about it all the time. My best friend lived with his grandparents for a bit on several acres of land in Walton, KY, and I spent almost every weekend there. They never really did much with the land. It remained relatively cleared, but there was no farms or structures on it. They had a horse stable near the house, but that was it. My friend had received a go-kart for his birthday, so we were driving around on it on the open land. It was just the 2 of us and we're having a blast on this thing. It was getting closer to dusk and we knew that we're gonna have to pack it in pretty soon. So we come to a stop now and cut the engine, and almost at the same time both of us have a weird feeling coming over us. We felt like we're being watched by something. It's weird how our lizard brains can still process things like this, but we both agreed that the feeling is overbearing. We hadn't heard his grandpa's truck, and we were too far out to be seen from the house, so we start looking around. We're in an open field in the middle of their land, and it was surrounded by tall trees, but something caught my eye, and I told my friend to look there. Over in the brush, we could see a long, almost black shape which is very still. I know at this point in the story most of you are thinking Bigfoot, but I can remember that this thing was dead silent. Even now, I sometimes wonder if it was something else that we saw, but I remembered thinking we had seen a giant black wolf. I would guess it was maybe 200 feet away from us. It was perfectly still though, and to me looks almost furry. I couldn't make out any features like eyes or ears, but I swear this thing was watching us. Almost as though it's ready to pounce, and you kind of feel that fear taking over. We were both getting really spooked out at this point, and the sun was getting down behind the tree line, and one of us was going to have to jump up and pull back the engine to start it. We were whispering about what we should do and why is it watching us. Honestly, forgot exactly which one of us it was, but one of us jumped out and started up the cart. But when we looked back at where the shape was, it was gone. The go-kart didn't have lights as we drove, so we have to be careful and get back as quick as we can. We tell his grandpa and he said that it was probably a coyote or bear or boar. But this shape was long and I don't know, coyote just doesn't sit well in my head for this. Even a few years after I tell this story and think about it now, I've always read that there's no wolves in Kentucky anymore. I think I'm just convinced that it couldn't have been a coyote, but nothing else seems to make sense of what this possibly could have been. And nothing else ever happened on his grandpa's land aside from a bad car accident a few years later and some missing chickens. And every once in a while, the horses get really riled up at night. Now we would go camping on the land and go fishing there a lot for fun. But yeah, I still don't really know what to think of this experience. Now this one's relatively short, but I want to share this. So my boyfriend and I had been dating almost a month back at this point in 2020. It was last October, almost Halloween. I wanted to do some fun nighttime nature walking, and my aunt told me about this cool unknown grave off Lake Erie, which is a nature park. So we go there and get lost, and neither of us really have good reception, but we had a lot of fun. We stayed on the trails, so we weren't lost. and we could get back to the parking lot, but just lost enough for it to be the creepy fun kind that we were looking for. We found the grave and took some videos and pictures and had a short break, and saw that the lake was less than 10 yards away from us, but we're still at the top of the cliff, so we decided to follow the trails further out along the lake until we found a trail spot that took us to a little secluded beach. It was about 9 PM, but it was October, so it was already really dark out. It was partly cloudy, but the slight amount of stars lit up the lake in a way that was beautiful. So we sat on a log and looked out and chatted for a bit. After about 15 minutes of just sitting, looking and relaxing, we both then see a flash of light that comes from behind us. I should tell you that unlike most stories like this, the kind with two early young 20 adults wandering in the woods, there was no drugs or alcohol involved, but we both see this flash and instantly freeze and look at each other and ask if we both saw it. We turned on our flashlights and turned around to see where it comes from. It looked as though it was a really bright camera flash, but there was no one there. We hadn't seen or heard anybody else on the entire time that we're there, and it had been about 2 hours, I think. We even checked around the trail cams in the area and can't find anything. So we both grabbed large sticks from the beach and start walking down the trail trying to get back to the car. We didn't take the same trail back, which was kind of lucky judgment on our parts because the one we took was actually the fastest way to get there, but the whole way back, we kept seeing eyes in the woods around us. They were just like deers and coyotes and other things, but it still freaked us out. We made it back to the car without incident and then went home okay, but we came during daylight a few days later and looked around the trail cams, thinking maybe we missed something because of how dark it is, but we can't find anything, and we still don't know what the flash was to this day. Now this happened about 20 years ago while hunting with my dad in northern BC. It was a cold October morning and it was still dark when we parked the truck and started our hike into a clear cut. I was familiar with the area as we had moose hunted there before. My dad left and I went right, and I made my way to the top of the slope to get a better view of the clear cut. I found a stump to sit on and took my brother's binoculars and quickly found my dad in the clear cut across the mountain. As soon as I spotted him, I heard something heavy moving behind me in the forest roughly 40 yards away. Yes, a moose, I think. I then head towards the edge of the forest and I hear screaming and screeching like I've never heard before. It did not sound human and wasn't like any animal I've ever heard. It was so loud that I swear my soul left my body for a few moments. I turned around and ran down the clear-cut hill as fast as my teenage legs would allow me to go. When I got to my dad and he said that he heard it too, he finds the binoculars and also tries to see it. We then look up the edge of the forest and saw a big hairy human-like creature which is about 8 feet tall between the trees. It stayed there for a few seconds and then turns around. We got in the truck and went home calling it a day. We asked elders and relatives about it when we got back, and apparently it's a forest guardian and it scares the heck out of me. Now, my father and I were taking a quick hike a few miles north of Butte, Montana. It was not absolute wilderness, that far out of Butte, but a few miles outside of most towns in Montana, meaning you're way out in the backwoods. Now, it wasn't an unusual day by any means, just a warm summer afternoon, perfect for a little hike. We were only a mile or so away from where we parked when we saw a large trash bag along the trail. I hate litter bugs, especially in the woods. I intended to haul it back up and dispose of it correctly, and when I attempted to lift the bag though it was heavy, which is much more than I anticipated it to be. Curiosity gets the better of my father and me, and we split the bag open to see what's inside. I think it's going to be a dead animal, but It's not totally unusual for someone to dispose of a dead dog or cat in a similar fashion in this part of the world. Some people out here will poach deers and leave trimmings like this too. Upon opening the bag, we see a boot, then sock, and then pants. We suddenly realise they're all attached to somebody's legs. It looks so unreal, like a movie prop, like somebody took it off and threw them in the bag, like a prank. How? It wasn't. I fell backwards and started having a panic attack. Nothing prepares you for something like that. My dad, on the other hand, sprung into action. He immediately closes up the bag as best he can, and then we start surveying the surroundings. That freaks me out more. Though my gasp comes out, I ask him, "What are you looking for?" And he said somebody could be watching us. Can you imagine stumbling upon a serial killer dump site and they're watching you? Didn't really help my panic. As I tried to calm down, my dad called the Silver Bow County Sheriff and reported what we found. Limp-legged, we hiked back a mile or so to the road and waited for the cops to show up. The authorities searched the area with their dogs and never found any other pieces or even a trail to follow. The sheriff's people even searched our truck and interviewed us to see if we've been responsible, but nothing ever comes out of the incident. It's been just over 10 years now, and nobody has any idea who these belong to. No missing person reports match up, and the DNA's never showed up on a database. Montana has a reputation for being a bit on the rough side, so it's not impossible this was a local who ran into trouble. But I don't know, it's just a crazy thing that happened. My parents live in a wooded part of Northern Carolina in an old mining town. We have about 3 or 4 abandoned mine shafts near us. Frankly, they've been used to dump old things or dead rattlesnakes to prevent the dogs from eating them. I know, gross, but yeah. Now my parents have a 5th-wheel trailer they parked in the front part of the yard, and I stay in it when I visit. I'm Native American, so I know when there's weird stuff out there. But this night, I slept with the windows open anyway because it's pretty warm. There's a mine shaft maybe 100 yards away on the property across the road. That's one of the windows is facing. Now I started hearing a moan or howling sound coming from that direction. I grew up out there, so I blew it off as a coyote or bobcat. But it sounded more human, almost like somebody's hurt really. I remember clutching my medicine pouch around my neck and just feeling unsafe. I peeked out the window and there was an orange/yellow glow coming from inside the mine shaft. It faces upwards at around a 45-degree angle. Now within an instant, my instincts are screaming no, time to go. My mum's dog was on the side of the bed shaking but completely silent. I scooped her up, crouched around the bed until I got to the door. I swung it open and booked it to the house, and thank God the front door was unlocked. I made it a bit of a commotion when I came in, so my dad came running out of the bed with his gun. I told him what I saw and how the dog was terrified. At this point, she pointed herself in a corner and was slightly moaning. My dad peeked out of the window and literally said, "That's something we should leave alone and I don't like it." Now, my dad is one of those people who's very serious and doesn't believe in supernatural stuff, but he was genuinely scared. I slept on the floor in his room that night when I was a kid and heard that noise all night. At one point, there was tapping on the sliding glass window, but none of the dogs made a peep. They looked in that direction, but didn't make a sound, which is very unlike them. I work as the equivalent of a park ranger, but not in North America. This is a job that my father had done, and is something that I truly enjoyed. I felt quite honoured to be able to do this really, and not that many people where I'm from get to do it. One thing that always gave me the spooks, however, was growing up and hearing different stories about the folklore where I live. There were some really eerie ones, and I guess they kind of stick with you in a way. I'd hear about little gremlin types of creatures and other things similar to that, and it could really give me the spooks while I was on the job. Now, while working on the job, there wasn't too many strange things that happened to me. However, there was one thing I'd like to share from my childhood. Now, where I lived, there wasn't really too much to do, so it was normal for all of the kids to go around and just go on adventures and hike generally. Having grown up in the area, we didn't have too much of a problem with this, and we had quite good knowledge between us, to be honest, despite us being young. So for many days we would just explore the woods and play games out there. Now, one thing we liked to do was go exploring around some caves that are in the area. Now, I know it's not really a good idea now thinking back on it, but at the time it was great fun. And there was one particular cave that was supposed to be haunted, and it's something that all of us wanted to explore really. So a group of us all set out one day in the rain and go to find this cave. Now, it wasn't too easy to find, and the trek there was pretty long, to be honest. We made it off the normal path and onto much smaller ones. Now, there were a few benches and things around on the first part of our journey because this is more of a trail area, but where we're going is a lot deeper. There's some markings on trees and rocks of where you're supposed to go, and we basically go straight past this. None of us really had good shoes for the weather or clothes for that matter, but that was just how it was. There's some really nice streams that we walked past too, and I found it a pretty great walk, to be honest. All of us are just playing games with each other, daring each other to go first when we find the cave. I wasn't necessarily the bravest of the group, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to volunteer myself because why not? I don't actually think this thing is haunted, and I'm convinced that my friends are just messing with me. However, I didn't really want to be out during nightfall because I've heard lots and lots and lots and lots of tales about the creatures that could get me, and even now I still believe in some of them. So yeah, it starts to get dark pretty quick, but that's just because we didn't get to the cave initially. We also didn't have any torches or anything, but there's still enough daylight to see where we are. And we're in a deeper part of the woods now, so that's kind of stopping some of the light from piercing through. And all we're getting is some rain dropping on us anyway at this point. Now, after a good probably 40 minutes walking, we eventually come across the cave, and it looks pretty creepy. There's actually some other kids already there, and they tell us not to go in because it's haunted. And we just joke back with them, and eventually they wander off. All of them had left. Now, we all stand around nervous about who should go into the cave first, but I volunteer myself because, like I said, I don't actually think it's haunted, and I think they're just messing around with me. I end up getting pushed to go in on my own, which actually annoyed me a bit because I thought I'd at least have some company with me, but there's no one. So I take my first few steps in and look around. There's not really too much to see, and I think this is going to be boring. But feeling brave by the monotony, I press on. I ended up going quite far into the cave, and I can hear my friends' voices echoing in the background. I ignore this and sit on a rock. I think I'm going to make them jump, and I'm actually quite excited to do so. That's when I can hear my friends whispering to me. I can't really figure out what they're saying at first, but it sounds like lots of people whispering or rubbing on the sides of the cave. I start laughing but stop myself, wanting them to come in to investigate then scare them. That's when I notice something. I have a feeling that there's a presence to my right, and it almost feels like that side of my body's slightly warmer than usual. I don't know, it's almost like a sensation rather than something that I see, and I slowly turn my head to investigate, and I can see something staring back at me. Now, I don't know how to describe this, but it's almost like a tall dark creature standing on pinned legs with really long arms just staring at me. And there's almost a strange glow coming from near its eyes. It doesn't seem to have a nose or mouth, it's just like a tall black creature almost, where light doesn't seem to pierce it, and strangely I can see around it but not through it. Now, for a long while I thought this was one of the other groups that we'd seen earlier, and one of them was just playing around with me, so I don't actually care too much. I say, hey, what are you doing? I then say, are you ready to scare these kids? And there's no reply. I glance my head back quickly just to see if some of the others are gonna come in, and I want to make them jump. And probably within half a second I glance back and the thing's completely gone. Bewildered, I stare for a while and let my eyes adjust to the darkness, and it's reappeared. Almost at the very end of the cave, and that's when I realise something's very wrong. Why is it glowing? This isn't a person, and I start to scream. To be honest, my screams were so scary sounding that I wouldn't be confused if that thing had run too. I start running as fast as my little legs can take me out of the cave, and I realise that all of my friends are there waiting for me. They scream too, and we all run off, initially in different directions until eventually regrouping not much later. I start describing what had happened, and one of my friends says that this is common in our folklore, and it's a creature that I haven't actually heard of before. The way they describe it is a very tall creature which is maybe 6 or 7 feet tall, which can just stare at you in the night, and apparently comes to get your soul. Now I don't know about that part, but the way he describes it with glowing eyes is basically exactly what I saw, and I don't need to hear any more. I sprint and sprint and sprint until eventually we get back to roughly where our houses are and break off, and I didn't dare tell my mum about what had happened because she would have beat me for disobeying her and doing something so dangerous. But even when I'm writing this story, I still have to think to myself, what on earth did I see in that cave that day? I don't think I'll ever know, and I don't want to. I'm currently a park ranger, and I'd like to share a weird experience that I had before. Now, during these kinds of jobs, you'll see lots of weird things that you're not necessarily sure about. But luckily, because you work with other colleagues, you can always radio in to get more support if you need it, and often get to the bottom of things. Some of the other guys who I'd been working with for a while had told me about a cabin that you should never go to. Apparently it was ancient, from a hunter or somebody like that, and they lived there for a long time, kind of off the grid, and there'd been some rumours from everybody saying that it was haunted. It's something that I never really believed, to be honest, but apparently sometimes at night if you heard whistling, that was where it was coming from. Now, I kind of believe them a little bit, but not really, especially because they always like to play tricks on each other and things like that, but it did put me a little bit off ever going there. I wasn't exactly sure how to get there in the first place, so I didn't really have to worry too much. And there was a couple of other old buildings dotted around, and sometimes whenever I encountered them, I would stop and stay as still as I could and try and listen. Because apparently you had to wait for 30 seconds before he would whistle at you, but it never really happened to me, so I didn't really believe it was haunted or any of that, or that I'd at least found the right one. So there was one particular stretch of season that I was on my station. It was a really nice time in the summer, and to be honest it was a little bit annoying because of the creatures outside. I'm talking about the bugs and things. Now, you couldn't really step foot outside without immediately getting swarmed by them, but it's something you grow used to with spray, and there's random little things you could do to try and stop them coming. So, on one of my days here, I had reports of hikers who got lost, and apparently there was 2 people that got lost with an old man. They were described as wearing 2 blue jackets, and the other person was wearing a darker colour, kind of like a beige or green almost. So I headed out into their relative vicinity to try and locate them. We weren't exactly sure where they were, but there was reports off of other hikers saying that these people looked pretty confused and almost a bit worried. With this in mind, I thought that I should bring lots of water because they're probably dehydrated by now. A lot of people like to go out hiking and don't necessarily bring enough water with them. They think it's okay to leave it in their car and just go and retrieve it again later, but I can tell you that's not really a smart idea. The amount of times I find people that are really struggling with dehydration and they're actually about to go into a dangerous state of it because they haven't got water with them. Especially too, a lot of people wear too many clothes when they go hiking and they become far too hot. People aren't willing to abandon their clothes on the way in terms of jackets and things, so they just wear it and get too hot. I mean, for myself even, one day I remembered getting far too hot. And I was basically looking for somebody in a similar situation to this, but I started jogging when I found them with my jacket on. And by the end of it, I could see weird colours where my vision started to fade. And when I stopped, I felt like I was gonna faint. So yeah, lots of water with me and not too many clothes as I set out. Now, it didn't take me long to find them, and they were both just sitting under a tree. It was a little bit odd, and I radioed in that I found them and I was going to make sure they were okay. I waved to them and stood up shaking the bottle saying, "Hey, I'm here." Doing a smile and wave, but they didn't do anything back. I thought this was relatively weird, and I'm a little bit cautious now. I think maybe they're really in trouble, or maybe it's something more sinister, and I slowly approach. Now I've got to go and check if these guys are okay, but I'm actually a little bit paranoid myself. I eventually make my way over to them and it looks like they're both in shock. It's really weird. I give them water, which luckily they accept, and I say, "Can you tell me what's happened? Are either of you injured?" And I look over them looking for any signs of head trauma. You only have to look for simple things like cuts or bruises, but it can really be a telling sign. The problem you get is when somebody's got long hair or something and isn't bleeding and you don't know whether they're damaged. You can get an increase of intracranial pressure due to bleeding, which can be extremely dangerous because obviously the brain's contained in the skull, so the pressure doesn't have anywhere to go and it can potentially take your life. Worried that maybe one of them was hurt like this, I ask again what's wrong and they say, "Finally, thank God you're here." And they don't say much, they both stand up and start walking over to me. I stand up too and say, "Come on, let's get out of here." And we start heading back towards the station. While we're walking, I don't make too much conversation because obviously these people aren't really in a good way and I don't want to bombard them with questions right now. But I go over some basic medical checks and they seem fine, just like they're in shock. It was only when we started getting a lot closer to the station that one of them opened up. "We saw a ghost." I'm not kidding, man. We literally saw somebody who kind of looked like you. We thought he was a ranger and went to see what was wrong. And he literally just vanished in through a tree. I'm not kidding, man. We both saw it. He then pauses and starts explaining some more. Apparently they looked all around for this guy, but there was no sign of him. They were convinced they'd seen a ghost and didn't know what to think of it. I asked them how long they'd seen him for, and they said, "I don't know, maybe like a minute or so." They then explained that some other hikers come, but they were too shocked to say anything and just sat by the tree in the shade. They said apparently at the start, this apparition, whatever you want to call it, waved them over, smiled, then just disappeared into a tree. They said it's like nothing they've ever seen before, and neither of them have a medical history of things like this. I quickly write the report and one of my colleagues hands over, and I didn't get to know much else as I have to head back out again, but it really played on my mind. I mean, they were probably quite dehydrated, but they didn't seem to have any medical issues, which was odd. I kind of just chalked it up to probably they were just imagining it, and maybe it was just an animal that had slowly went off a tree they didn't see too well. But it was specifically a bizarre thing that I've always remembered. I never really encountered too many things like that while I was out there before, so it definitely stuck with me. But I was glad that I'd done my job and they were completely fine. Now, worried that there was some kind of person out there that might also need help, I decided that I should probably go and have a look in the area. Based off the slim chance that somebody was actually there, I had to investigate it. There's a couple of other guys who are going to investigate things within the vicinity to them, but this was proximal to me, and I knew the exact spot, so of course I had to go there again. Now the walk was just as pleasant as before, and I started to slam my own water, worried that I was going to become dehydrated myself. I was actually quite tired from carrying so much and the trek to these guys and back again. I didn't really understand the area they were in because they were well off of a path and they would have had to just walk idly through the trees for probably a good 20 minutes to get there, which, if you're familiar with national parks or big forests, is not really a good idea because that's how you get lost and how big search parties have to go out and people put their lives in danger to try and find them. So yeah, that didn't really add up. Now, like I said, the sun was beautiful and I was really enjoying the walk, to be honest. There was just enough light piercing through the treescape so I'd feel warm, but not too hot. Some of the bugs had actually picked up again now, which was relatively annoying, but I wasn't really too focused on them. I was just focused on what was happening up here. Now, I eventually get to the exact spot where we were before, and I realise that one of them have left a bottle behind, and I pick it up. I need to return it back to them because it's their property later. And I head off in the direction that they told me that they'd seen the person. And surprise, surprise, I can't find anything. I had a good look round, and I'm pretty sure I saw the big tree they were describing. And there's nothing there. I actually spent more of my time looking up, worried that some kind of animal was going to jump down and try and attack me, than finding a person up there, but who knows. Maybe somebody was crazy and just decided to be Spider-Man for the day, but there was no mess. I couldn't find anything. I then start my walk back, and things are quite normal. I'm looking forward to getting back, and I actually want to make a coffee because I'm quite tired now. As I'm walking, I notice something odd. It almost looks like little orbs of light floating around where I am. This is particularly bizarre. It kind of looks like when you've got an old camera pointing somewhere in the dark and it picks up all the orbs. There was quite a few of them and it looked really pretty. No, it wasn't blossom and it wasn't spider webs, but this was bizarre. There seemed to be a couple of them, then probably hundreds all around. I wiped my eyes a couple of times and tried to grab one, but I couldn't seem to. They all moved too far in front of me. As I stopped in a moment in awe about how beautiful this is, I hear a whistle sound. Thinking it's one of my friends, I actually did a whistle back. They whistle back to me one more time, and I say, "Hey, I gotta get back now. I'll catch you at the station," and start laughing to myself. I think, wow, they've almost got me with that one, and I decide that I should just pick up the pace a bit so they don't try and pull any other pranks on me. What was kind of stuck in my mind at this point is how weird it was seeing all of the orbs of light. It was really beautiful and it gave a tranquil feel to where I was walking. It was kind of like the things you'd see in old books where they say about fairies and stuff, but it was definitely odd. I started to think that maybe this was some kind of plant that I didn't know about that blossomed heavily. And I make it back to the station. I didn't mention what I had heard or seen to any of the other guys, just thinking it was one of those things, and I make the coffee, and the other couple are gone. I then see the ranger that was looking after them, and he looks at me and says, "I don't know, man, there was something off about those people. You know, you hear all those rumours, but I don't believe in all of that, but they looked really scared, and they weren't exactly the kind of guys that I guess you would consider to pull any kind of games with us, you know?" And I said, "Yeah." He said one of them was actually a medic, and the other was a teacher, so we know they're pretty trustworthy people. I said, "Yeah, but come on, they were just dehydrated, right?" He looked at me in the eyes and said, "I don't know, man. Be careful out there." And that was that. So I enjoyed my coffee and I ended up going home not too long after as the shift was over. But there wasn't really too much going on in my mind. I just started talking to my then girlfriend and now wife, and I was more excited about all of the trips and things we could do together, so that quickly filled my time up. Anyway, skip to a couple of days later, and I'm back to work. And work was something that I loved, so it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. So I'm on station once again, and we get a call in again about apparently there's a disturbance up by the cabin. Now, I didn't register in the time what one they meant because there was a number of them, but it's one I hadn't been to before, and they said to me did I mind swinging by that way, which I had no problem doing. Now, the only thing I really didn't like about doing was going into one that had spiders and things. We get some pretty nasty ones out here, and I remember the time that one had fell onto my head, and I didn't realise for about 30 minutes until I brushed my hair and a big old spider fell on the floor with a plod. I tried kicking it but missed, and I didn't know where it went at home. But yeah, I'm pretty paranoid of the things. Also, you can get homeless people who live out there, or squatters, or God knows what, so it was never a good thing. Plus, not to mention, often they're dangerous and in risk of collapse because they're so old, and especially if there's any kind of insect that's decided to make the wood its home. So yeah, I wasn't really up for this one, to be honest with you. So I head out with all of my things and I make sure I have a nice hat on, because if any spiders are going to fall on me and try and attack me, I don't want them on my head. So that's what I do. Now, it was going to be about a good hour's or so walk to get to this place, and again, it was a bit far off the path, so this wasn't good immediately. I ended up making it to the edge of the trail, and I start making my way in there. While I'm walking, I'm actually having issues trying to save my pants from the scrubs and things around me. There's all kinds of nettles and nasty things that are starting to get into my legs. I ended up getting stung by some plants a few times and it was really annoying. Especially because this is still in the summertime, so I'm quite hot at this moment, and the sweat is really not a nice feeling with the stinging of the plant. Now, I get to where this place should be and I absolutely cannot find it. I re-triangulate my position multiple times and it should be exactly where I am. I should be proximal to it. I ended up putting in a few more calls to the station and eventually they guide me in the right direction again. I ended up finding an old building, but this one was really small. It almost looked like a small kind of shed thing where you'd store things. I say, yeah, I found it, let me go check it out. And there's a weird smell coming from this thing. It starts to smell really, really bad, and I'm starting to get worried that maybe it's the worst. I do have to investigate though, so I go closer and closer. I realise that there's an old door holding this thing shut, which is to a storage area. So I grab the biggest stick I can find and try and use it like a police battering ram. This didn't work and I sat down for a minute trying to figure out how I was going to open this. I then decide just to kick it, and I give it one big kick and it comes ajar slightly, and the smell was absolutely foul and overpowering, and lots of different flies and things pour out. Now I actually had to wait for a moment not to vomit, and I decide to go back and give it one last good kick, and it comes open thankfully. Now, covering my nose and with my torch, I peer in, and I find an animal's remains in there which clearly got stuck in there and couldn't get out, but it was disgusting. You could see by the fur on its body that it definitely wasn't a person, but it was too far gone to identify what it was, and I just leave it. I soon realised though that this couldn't have been the cabin that I was told to investigate. This was far too small, and it was a storage unit. Pretty grossed out, I actually took a while heaving up. I don't know how long it was, probably a good 5 or so minutes, but luckily I didn't vomit. But my god did I feel tempted to. As I'm sitting there, I then hear a whistle. It's just like the one I heard the other day. Only this time, I'm pretty sure I recognised it as one of the friends that I worked with. I start laughing and go to do the whistle again but stop because I'm not going to put my hands in my mouth and make myself vomit because of what I've just seen. So now I'm just sitting there laughing while this whistling goes on every couple of minutes for probably 10 minutes or so before stopping. It's coming from the top right of where I am, and I decide that I might as well prank my friend back. I want to tell him that I found some kind of computer in that storage unit and I want him to go and investigate because I can't move it. It's locked. He's pretty good with computers and he's pretty good at breaking things open, so I know that he'll love to go and try and crack open the side of the computer case and get it out. Or just some other stuff like that. Now, of course this was a complete lie because there's just a weird animal body there, but I just want my friend to get close and maybe push him a bit as a joke. So yeah, I start walking over and the whistling stops. It's very clear where it was coming from before, and I know I have to walk quite a way to get there because of how quiet the whistling is. Now, I probably walked for a good 4 minutes when I can see the silhouette of something up ahead. You can just make out that it's all black with its head and shoulders, just kind of lurking around, then slowly going behind a tree. I say hey, and call out my friend's name, but I don't get a reply. I think that's odd and I continue walking. I eventually make it up to exactly where I thought the whistling was and I can't hear anything, or my friend. Thinking that maybe he's just went off again, I decide that I should head back. I turn around to head in the direction that I come from, and suddenly I can see the cabin, one that I haven't seen before. This is it. This is the cabin I was supposed to find. That's odd. Thinking maybe my friend's already investigated it, I start to head back but realise that he probably hasn't found this too. It's kind of in some overgrown area, and it looks pretty dated, but it looks like somebody lived in there long ago. Now I have to be careful because we've had reports of activity in here, and they even seen a light on, but I can't see any of this at this point. Now, as I'm observing it slowly walking closer, I'm sure I can make out the silhouette of a person again in the top. I think this is pretty bizarre because it's kind of like a one-story thing with an attic above it. But I don't know why anybody would be in there. I was more convinced it was some kind of animal that was living in there that I'd just seen. But I don't know. So I start to walk over relatively carefree at this point, convinced it's just going to be an animal, but bracing for the spiders and other things I do not want to encounter. Like I said, I really don't like these things, and I'm talking myself out of being worried by them. At this point in time, this was by far my biggest concern. Now, I get to only a few meters away, and I realise the door's broken. It's broken to the point that you don't need to use force to enter, you can literally just nudge it. I turn on my light, and I see nothing. I quickly pan around, and yes, there is a big old spider. It's not far from the door, so I duck very far under it, and I manage to convince myself not to look up. You can see that there's not really a floor above or anything. It's kind of just like a very thin top, but nowhere for you to stand really. You know, if you go up there, you'll basically fall through the top, so there's no real worries about me doing that. I scan in the first room, and this place is really ancient looking, like well over 100 years old. I can't really see too much, but there's some hooks and things where I guess I used to do hunting and whatnot. Now, there is an underground area to this, but I didn't want to go in there because of the spiders, so I decided to avoid it. There's basically a hole in the corner that I could probably go down, but I'm definitely not going to do that. I think whatever's under there can stay under there, and it's not for me to investigate. Now, I turn to head back, having thoroughly searched through most of it, when I hear a whistle again. This time it sounds like it's next to me. With a gasp, I turn the torch round and quickly do a 360, but I can't find anything. That's when I slowly look up and realise that it's coming from above me. There must be something on the roof or up there. I don't know what it is at this point, thinking maybe it's some kind of owl or something injured up there. I decide that I should probably go and look. I quickly pan my torch around and look throughout all of the top thing. I can just about see through it because it's kind of transparent slightly, and you can see there's nothing up there. So I decide just to give this old owl one chance of rescue. I make my way up to the crawl space where you can basically go in, and there's a very small ladder here. Hoping that maybe there's some kind of light or something that I can pull on, I slowly make my way up the ladder. I put my arm through and go to pull on the light switch where I think it should hang from. That's when I feel something on my arm. I feel 2, 3, 4, 5 pressure points and something warm up my arm, and I can feel a lifting force. Almost not registering what's happened, I slowly turn my head up and I can see a human arm pulling me up. It's not like a normal human arm though. This looks like it comes from a corpse and is all battered and bruised and very black and dark looking. I let out a scream like a girl. I quickly jump down and the arm just seems to vanish back into where it come from. I grab the torch again and quickly shine the light up, thinking something's about to chase me, but I can't see anything. There's no shadow of where the body should be on the top, nothing. With that, I sprint and kick the door open, and I half fall down in the process. I start sprinting as fast as I can, and to make it even worse, a spider fell on me, which I basically punch off my body. I actually hurt myself quite a bit from the force of it with the adrenaline. I sprint and quickly glance back as I'm starting to get away from this, and I quickly look onto the roof hoping to see some kind of person up there that could explain this, but I don't see anything. I sprint and make it quite a good way into the woods. Not really entirely sure if I'm being followed or not, I decide I have to keep up a long distance running pace. This is actually really bad for my legs because I'm running off the trail at this point, and I'm really getting my legs cut up, but I don't care. Luckily, being a ranger, I'm in pretty good shape and I managed to keep up a really nice pace. What just happened? I'm actually so scared that I don't radio in anything to the team and I just try and sprint back as quick as I possibly can. I start sipping on water where I'm trying to keep myself going without stopping for as long as possible. Eventually this created a new issue where I actually had to vomit a bit while I was jogging, but I didn't care. I quickly sip some more water to keep me going, and eventually the pace catches up with me and I have to slow down. I frantically look to my left and right, desperately trying to see if there's anything chasing me, but I can't see anything. I'm not much further from the station now, so I put my hands on my knees and try and capture my breath. Now I can hear some of the sounds of insects around me and some landing on my skin, but I don't care. Where I was jogging I probably looked so vascular and like a good meal to them, but I don't care. It honestly only takes me about 3 minutes to catch my breath, which really surprised me, and I start walking now covered in sweat. I'm only about 3 minutes from the station, and I go to radio in what's happened, but I realise there's no point. I'm nearly back at the station. There's some other people outside and they kind of look at me like I'm a crazy man. Looking down at my arms I can see why. I've gone very red from the jogging, and I quickly open the door. Some guys rushed over to me and say, "What happened, are you okay?" And I stop them, I say, I'm fine. It's just something weird happened when I found that cabin. I say, I'm sure somebody was up there in that attic. I heard them whistling, and when I gone up there, something grabbed me, and the guys started bursting out laughing. They say, "Yeah, right. Did you actually go there or not?" I say, "I told you I went up there and I think somebody's in there. in the attic, but they say that's not possible. How could somebody be standing on paper thin tarp? And they completely dismiss my claims. Really frustrated, I go to the bathroom just to try and get some of the sweat off of me, and I look at myself in the mirror for a while, when one of the older rangers comes in and says, "Yep, you met him. Don't worry, son. I know they're laughing at you, but I believe you. We've been having reports of weird things happening there for absolutely years. Don't worry, you'll get used to it." "Used to it?" I shout at him. "How could I possibly get used to that? Why don't they believe me?" And they say they do. I think they're just scared of it too. Now, this was a number of years ago that it happened, and luckily I've never been requested to go back there again. And to be honest, if I did, I wouldn't go. I still have nightmares about it to this day. Every time I have to put my hand in somewhere I don't know, I'm pretty sure I have some kind of trauma where I start sweating and shaking a bit, half expecting something to grab me again. If this was some kind of animal or some kind of homeless person, I could sit with that and that's fine. But their arm literally looked like it belonged to a dead person. But the Rangers were right, there's no way anybody could have been up there. I doubt this could support the weight of a small animal, let alone a fully grown human. But I'm sure that's what grabbed me, except it wasn't. It wasn't like a living person. I don't know, I just really can't get the right words out to describe how I feel trying to recount this story to you all. It was almost like I was touched by something I shouldn't have been, and I really feel like something had stalked me out there in those woods. Nothing like it has ever happened since, and I'm not much longer from changing jobs now, but it just does not sit right with me. I hate the fact that when things like this happen, people don't always take you seriously, but they don't see the nightmares that I have because of this, and they don't understand how much it still affects me even to this day. Now, my grandma used to take me camping when I was a child. I did a girls' camp in the summer in the mountains when I was a preteen, where my friends and I would often wander off into the woods together. As a child, I played in the woods for hours with my brother. It was always fun and always felt safe and never eerie or creepy. Most of my time in the woods as a child was spent there, and it was fun and joyful and adventurous. I'd like to share another story, however, that I had a bad feeling from, and others dismissed us too, but when we were in our 20s, a friend of mine in DC organised a women survivalist training camp for our female friends, which is probably 7 or 8 of us, I can't remember exactly. No, I'd never been to West Virginia, but the land was beautiful and the roads were terrible. We had rented a cabin at a campground with multiple cabins on site, and during the day, now our guide and teacher would take us and show us cool things like local medicinal plants or how to make rope out of milkweed. A West Virginian extended family was having a large reunion at the same time. 2 to 3 of their girls, about elementary school age, start hovering around our classes. Now, they already knew most of what we're learning. We had a great time in the woods and on the land with no creepiness for the first night. However, on the last night, the owner of the campground had a big bonfire with hot dogs and marshmallows to roast and cider, and everybody who was renting a cabin was invited. It was after dark, and it was either a longish walk or a short drive, and this is on the campground land. So my friend A and I decided to walk. We were having a nice walk and a nice chat when we suddenly got a bad feeling. We both went quiet at the same time and were nonchalant, but glanced around to see what we could see. On our right was a cabin that looks deserted. It was totally dark, no lights on, no lantern out, but there was a single spot of light, the red embers of a cigarette burning. We could barely make out the figure of a man sitting there in the dark smoking. We stayed quiet but pick up the pace. We checked in with each other once we approached the big house, and we're finally in the light of the bonfire. Now that was creepy to us. Had we felt creepy before out there? No, calm and safe. The land hadn't ever felt creepy to us before, but the guy sitting in the dark had given a terrible menacing vibe, even 20 feet away before we saw him. We told some of our friends and they just laughed it off and told us that we'd been afraid for no reason. It was perfectly safe here, they said. He's just another camper, probably with the West Virginian family, and we're just paranoid, they say. Other than that, we had a great time at the bonfire, chatting with other campers and with the owners who are very nice. When it came time to call it a night, the owners offered to drive us back, and A and I happily agreed. Now, wanting to avoid another walk by the terrible cabin, we got back safely without incident, and the owners wished us good night. Now, our cabin had 2 levels, the ground floor and a loft level. The ground floor was one big open room with a few beds, and if I recall correctly, a table and chairs and a fridge and maybe a stove. I was on the ground floor with the other 3 girls, and A was on the left level with the other 3 girls at the top. I often have insomnia, and I did that night, so I just stayed awake in the dark while everybody else fell asleep around me. I was awake for hours just thinking my thoughts until I heard the crunch of gravel outside, like somebody walking on it. I nudged my friend V, who was the closest person to me. I say to V there's someone outside, but V mumbled and said it's a deer and go back to sleep. So V's no help. I got out of bed and crawled over to the window to see if I could see a deer outside, crunching on gravel. I instead see the red glow of a cigarette and can barely make out the silhouette of 2 men in the darkness. Now, the 2 cabins are not close together. They weren't far, but they weren't close. We're on a bend of the camp road where the other cabins aren't. Now, the closest one was a short walk away, but it wasn't like running across the street or next door or anything, and not visible behind the trees and brush. Anyway, the closest cabin was far enough away that there was no other reason for 2 guys to be out there smoking. I nudge V and say there's 2 guys there, and she says it's a deer, sleep. Now, my boyfriend at the time had basically brought me all of REI to go on this trip. Our guide had asked us to bring a large knife, and had brought a nice hunting knife, and also a little camp hatchet. I don't know what I'd been able to do, to be honest, but I grabbed both, and just huddled to the window waiting in the dark. Suddenly, a car alarm goes off and all the cars were parked in the front of the house. Groans came, saying, "Come on, get the alarm off, who's that?" And I said, "I think it's mine," and found the fob and turned off the alarm. There's silence and we wait. The car alarm goes off again now. The girls lost it and say, "Shut up with your car." Now, I finally crawl to V. I say, "V, there are guys out there. I think they're messing with the car of the other girl." And she says, "It's a deer. Go to bed and leave me alone." Okay, then the car alarm goes off again, and they shout at her to turn off the car alarm. Now, A eventually comes down the little ladder thing. I went up to her and whisper, "Hey, there's 2 guys out there, and no one believes me. They're just saying it's a deer. But I saw them smoking in the back. You can't go out there alone. I'm going out there first with the lantern so at least we can see around the cabin." So we put the shoes on and I turned on the lantern and opened the door and walked onto the porch with the lantern in my left hand and hatchet in my right. I hung up the lantern on a little hook on the porch. It was very bright and lit up the whole clearing in front of the cabin and the whole parking lot for the cars. For at least a moment we can't see anyone there. I tentatively walked towards the front door and walked around the car, trying the handles. No alarm went off as she tugs them. "See, it wasn't a deer," I said. "Even with you trying to get into the car while it was locked, no alarm. Your alarm's not sensitive, someone's trying to get in." We go back into the house and lock the door behind us, turning off the lantern, and sat inside the dark waiting for our eyes to adjust. A told me that she hadn't been able to sleep well and had been lying awake in the dark in the loft, feeling uneasy. I told her I wondered if somebody had tried to lure her out there alone in the dark, and had been spooked off when the two of us came in with an extremely bright lantern. We then stay there, quietly chatting together in the dark for hours, waiting to see if anything else would happen, but the alarm doesn't go off again, and finally, enough time's passed that we decide to go to bed. The car alarm was quiet for the rest of the night. That was our last night there, so in the morning we pack up and I drove back with A. Now, if a zombie apocalypse were to happen, I'd pick A for my team because she was listening to our gut and worked with me as a team to keep everyone safe. I'll keep this short and sweet, but this happened a few years back. We're having a brutally cold winter. The snow had frozen into ice and covered everything. It was pitch black in the backyard, and when I went to let my dogs outside one last time before bed that evening, as we exited the house from the sliding door for the walkout basement and onto the lower deck, I felt that something's off. Our house backs up onto some woods, so I was accustomed to hearing noises from wildlife in the night time, but this is different. Nothing made a sound except the Arctic cold wind, but I had a feeling that I'm being watched. The entire time my dog was in the backyard, I looked around nervously, expecting a coyote or some other kind of predator to pop out of the tree line. My dog does his business, but afterwards stopped and stared to the corner of the woods until I actually get scared and call him back inside. He hurries back. I quickly lock the sliding door and shut the curtains, unable to shake the uneasy feeling of which I'm having now. After double and triple checking all the locks in the house, I go to bed. Around 3 in the morning, I now hear the muffled sound of my dog barking from the basement 2 floors below. I got up, stumbled down 3 flights of stairs, and found him standing in the basement. He was peeking his head through the closed curtains, barking his head off with the hairs standing up all along his back. Now, I try calling him away from the door, but he won't let up, which is weird. I dreaded peeking out the curtain to see what he's barking at after the uneasy feeling I had earlier in the night. Finally, I hold my breath and swipe the curtains aside. I peer into the inky blackness but see nothing to cause alarm, and a wave of relief washes over me. Now I figured that it must have been a deer or raccoon in the yard that set him off. He whined at the door for a few more minutes until I bribed him upstairs with a cookie for dogs. I went back to bed and wasn't disturbed again. That is, until the morning when I went into the basement to let the dog out. I opened the sliding door and walked out onto the deck as he bounded into the snow. My blood ran cold as the sub-zero morning temperatures pierced when I looked down. But there, frozen into the deck, were a set of bare human footprints which are very clear. I can make out each toe on the person's footprint. The prints were large and appeared to be from an adult male. Looking around, I noticed that they started at the deck, went to the sliding door, then towards the basement living room, then disappearing off the side of the deck. I had my snow boots on, so I walked around but couldn't find any other trace of the footprints. Keep in mind, the daily temperatures are around 0, never above it, and the wind chill made it feel close to 20 below. Frostbite would have literally set in within a matter of minutes for anybody out there, especially in the dead of night. Now, I've never experienced anything like it since. My father is a park ranger, and even when he was off duty, he still liked to take me on trips out into the great wilderness. We went to quite a few different national parks, but something that I'd like to share with you is a rather strange experience that we had while we went on one camping trip during the summer. Now, we were planning to be out here for about 4 days, and this is during the summer break. It meant that a lot of different places were very busy, but my father, having the career that he did, knew one that would be a very quiet place we could go to, and I was all up for it. At the time, I was doing okay in school, but I didn't really know what I wanted, really. At the time, I was pretty sure I was going to end up in the military, but it didn't happen for a few reasons. But because of this at the time, my dad thought it would be a good idea to take me out into the woods just to get accustomed to being outside. It made a lot of sense, and obviously you're going to spend time camping out if you're in the military, so it was a pretty good idea, we thought. I did have some summer school things that I needed to do which were coming up, and I really didn't want to do them. I don't know, the idea of summer school just never really made sense to me. The way that I'd look at it is that you're on summer vacation for a reason, and you shouldn't have to do more things in between. I think it should be a time that you can really rest and recover, but my mum didn't think so. Again, I think my dad understood this, and that's why he was quite willing to take me on a nice trip I could enjoy. There's a number of different things we had planned for this particular trip. Now, on the first day we set out just for a nice hike to see the views. We had all of our camping gear with us in some old military rucksack things, my dad carrying the most. Now, during the first day, we saw a couple of people around, but I realised that the further we went, the less and less they would become. Now, this is a good thing for me because I kind of wanted to escape people a bit. It was a really good experience, and I had a good time bonding with my father over this. Now, eventually it gets closer to nightfall, and we decide that we're going to try some night fishing. It's something that I haven't done before, so I'm quite excited to do so. We eventually make it to the campground that my dad had picked out for us, so I'm pretty happy to be there and put the stuff down. My dad shows me where we can do the fishing and sets up everything and gives me a headlamp. Now, while this is happening, I haven't really done fishing before, so I'm pretty much at a loss as to how exactly I'm supposed to do this. So every 5 minutes that I haven't caught anything, I put my headlamp closer to the water looking for the fish, obviously scaring them off, and I constantly move my fishing reel around thinking that's going to make a difference, but again, it probably just scares them off. I don't know. I was more worried about hurting my hand on the fishing reel. My dad seems to be gone for quite a while though, but it doesn't really bother me at the time because I'm too caught up in trying to do the fishing. While fishing, I can hear some water disturbance. It's not close, but I definitely notice it, and I face my head up, trying to shine my lamp towards it, but obviously I can't see that far. The torch isn't that powerful. Now, I can just about make out the silhouette of something in the water before it disappears down again, and I think, wow, that must have been a really big fish. Now, something strange that happened while doing so is, out of my peripheral vision, I realised that a plant has just moved, like somebody's gone over and touched it. Now again, there's no one around but myself and my dad, and I know it's not my dad, so I'm a little bit unsettled by this. Now, I do think maybe it was just some kind of animal, so I don't think too much of it. I try and cast my fishing reel as far out as I can now. I just about do so, and my dad eventually arrives and says, "Godson, you know you took me out with that. You have to be careful," and shows me how to do it properly. And my dad's actually doing fishing properly. We didn't eventually find anything, but he tells me not to shine the light down because it scares the fish and that you kind of want to stay still. I tell him that I'm sure there was a large fish that disturbed the waters further up, but he tells me the fish shouldn't be big enough to really do that, because I said it was similar to a person, but I think my dad dismisses this. Now it starts to get quite cold, so we head back to our campsite and settle in for the night. And it's a pretty good night. My dad was reading a book and I wasn't really sure what to do with myself, so I just started drawing some things. It's something I'd done when I was a lot younger. I don't actually do drawing anymore, but I'm pretty good at kind of like the cartoon sketches for some reason. I guess I used to draw The Simpsons and SpongeBob or something like that, but I think that's the reason that I have kind of a knack for it. And my dad was pretty impressed with my drawings. I just drew some of the forest and tried to draw the thing that I'd seen in the water earlier. Well, not necessarily the thing, but the way the water was disturbed and the plant moving. It felt like the right thing to do at the time. And that was that. We eventually fall asleep and wake up for the next day. Now on the second day, we weren't actually leaving this spot, and we were just going to do some more hiking around. My dad took me to one place, and my god did it have a beautiful view there. Everything looked so pristine and beautiful, and at the time it cemented into my mind that I wanted to be a military person, because I thought, well, I'm just going to be seeing things like this all the time, and for that I was incredibly excited. Now my grandfather and his grandfather are in the military. We're kind of from a military family, so I thought it was going to be good to follow suit. Now, eventually this day comes to a close and nothing too much happened. The following morning we pack up and we're ready to go on to the last part of this, get into the last campsite, the third one. Now the hiking to get to this one wasn't too bad really, and again I was pretty pleased to go out there. I don't know why, I just felt good the whole time and it was a lovely experience. Now we get to the campground eventually and settle in for the night, and this is when things get a bit weird. I'm awoken by the sight of somebody outside the tent. I can just about see the silhouette. I say Dad, and then realise he's not there, and I quickly unzip the tent. I can see my dad holding the hunting knife and torch in the other pointing at someone. I say Dad, Dad, and he says to stay still son, and my dad screams at somebody to get back now. Because of how bright it is, and obviously I've just come out of the dark tent, my eyes haven't adjusted, but I quickly go and grab my headlamp and turn that on, and I can see somebody covered in blood there holding a knife, just staring at me and my dad. Now, what was really crazy is what happened next. He turns round, throws himself into a tree, then gets up again, and repeats the process. He stares at us for probably 10 seconds before going up to the exact same tree near our campsite, throwing himself at it, then coming back again. I realise that he's dropped a knife and constantly picks it up, and he hasn't cut himself, and the blood and stuff is just from the tree. But what on earth is he doing? Now this gone on for a good 10 minutes before my dad tells me to start packing up everything. I quickly do so, and I didn't feel too scared in this moment because having my dad there with his knife made me feel like the safest person in the world. Now, we eventually get all of our stuff together, and I kid you not, the whole time this guy was constantly doing this same thing over and over again. I've never seen anything like it, and not even to this day I haven't. We eventually get our stuff together, and my dad tells me to hold his hand and to lead the way back. Now this is a big responsibility at the time because I haven't really been camping like this before, and I'm not certain I know the way back, but my dad tells me that he's not going to look back until this guy's out of sight. Now I do constantly glance back, and my dad tells me not to because he can see when I'm doing it because of the light, and he knows how scared I can get sometimes. But I asked my dad what's happening, and he said that the guy's constantly doing this same thing over and over again, until eventually we're at a point where my dad can take over and tells me to do the same. My dad's walking incredibly quick, and eventually we make it back. My dad quickly makes a call to the police and reports what's happening. I'm confused as heck, and eventually we get back into the car and drive home. Now it turns out that what happened, and this is something I only learned after my dad told me after a number of years, is that the police found that guy there. Apparently, he had stabbed somebody and then taken some kind of mushroom that gives you a repetitive motion syndrome or whatever it's called. And that's why he was throwing himself at the tree. Apparently he was completely out of his mind, but they managed to capture him. Now if it wasn't for that mushroom making him repeat his motions, he could have easily continued to progress towards us and probably just stabbed us in our tent. But thank God he didn't. In 2020, my mum, 60s female, and I, 30s female, decided to go on an overnight camping trip together on the Oregon coast. I picked what looked like a pretty campsite from a campsite app and we went off. When we got there, we realised it's right off the highway, but there were enough trees and a fence up that you couldn't really see the road, but the gate was just a metal gate that swung into place with no locks. There was a house on either side, but the property was fenced in on both sides. We pitched a tent pretty far back close to the woods on the property. The closest house was about 100 yards away and the highway was about 200 yards. But then again, it was mostly fenced in and surrounded by firs. It's a lovely campsite and my mum raved about how beautiful the place was. I will say that I got a feeling of dread as soon as we walked onto the property, but we arrived late and I didn't know we'd be able to get a new spot quickly. My mum could tell I was nervous, but for some reason I put her enjoyment of the beauty of the campsite over my feeling of dread. We made a nice campfire and enjoyed some hot chocolate as we watched the fire. I keep an eye out and didn't see or hear anything too odd. IRC. My mum went to bed before I did and stayed up and watches the fire for a long time before going to bed. Finally, I tuck in very exhausted from staying up. At about 2 AM, I awoke to twig snapping and what sounded like somebody dragging their fingers on the side of the tent. Up to the front, I sat up, grabbed the phone and the only weapon I had, a flashlight, and unzipped my sleeping bag in case I need to fight anyone. There was a full moon that night and I couldn't tell if it was a person's shadow falling on the tent or if a tree branch shadow was moving from the wind. It sounded like there's two people outside trying their best to be quiet. We had brought our books and boots inside and there was no indicator of anybody being out there. It felt like they were trying to gauge the tent that I was in while listening for what they were. I had made sure to make enough noise so they knew somebody inside was alert, but no more than that. If they knew someone is awake, they can't surprise us, but they also don't know who is inside or whether we have guns or not. I sat there in the dark until dawn. My mum slept through the whole thing. When we got up and out of the tent, small things had been moved. Our camp chairs had cup holders. One cup had been in the cup holder which was on the ground. A pen that had been in a cup holder was also on the ground now. My mum raves about how good her sleep was and how refreshing it was to camp there, so I didn't want to burst her bubble or scare her. We packed up and I didn't tell her, but let her have a nice memory of deep rest and relaxation while camping on this beautiful property. Was it someone living in the woods? Someone walking down the highway in the middle of the night, or God knows who? My mum got a great experience and I got a refund and a fear of camping. The property owner said that they might actually set up cameras now just to keep an eye on things for the future. Now it's really the people out there that scare me more than anything. I don't like the way that they're acting so misconspicuously and trying their best not to be heard. That's what creeps me out, and why would they go through our stuff? Now I work as a childcare professional, and one of the kids that I look after had recently gotten into hiking. I decided to take him into a really cool trail in the Salt Fork State Park. We were all set up to hike to the Hoss Cave after parking right near the beginning of the trailhead. The entire trail was about half a mile, which is why I say I chose the trail for our hike that day. I also chose this trail because any time that I'd been on it before, it was busy and full of people and a very popular site which makes me feel very secure. However, this past summer, we had a cluster of 7 summer storms which causes massive damage to the trail, so to my surprise, it was much more difficult and completely empty. I wasn't bothered by the trail being obviously empty because there was a small construction crew working on a bridge that was just barely visible from the trailhead. He was still up for the hike, despite the entire width of the trail being washed out until it was no more than a foot or so wide, with a 6-foot to 12-foot drop off into a creek bed. There's then a solid rock and several miles of trees. Now, he's very athletic, and I was confident in his abilities and he was so excited to tackle our adventure. We made it all the way to the platform that allows you to see the entire cave. Now, there's many trees which are surrounding the platform, and it was actually closed at this point, but we made it this far and we decided to maneuver around the platform and proceed a few hundred feet into the cave. We spent the most time in this area due to difficulty, so I knew exactly what it looks like. There were tree roots directly under the platform and you could climb down on either side of them. It's also worth noting that the cave is much more like a cliff with an overhanging rock formation and a trickle of water directly in the middle. It's not a creepy closed up cave, it's very open and beautiful. We got to the cave and I noticed a candle that was not burning recently, but had been at some point sitting on a large rock and had a heart caved into it. I chalked it up to somebody having a date or something and disregarding it. He wanted to climb to the top when I noticed 2 more candles and 3 stacks of small rocks that had been stacked up by someone. It definitely felt weird at this point, but it was about this time that he found a small puddle full of baby salamanders and wanted to catch them. It was the happiest I've seen him in a very long time, and I didn't have the heart to tell him that we have to go. We spent about an hour catching baby salamanders, and I watched him have the time of his life. We finally decided to leave, and when we got to the platform, dead center in the middle of the tree roots was a wet washcloth hanging in there, which was absolutely not there before. He noticed it as well, but didn't pick up on the severity of the situation of which we're in. At that moment, I actually knew 2 things. 1, someone's watching us, and we didn't see them, and 2, they were potentially hiding in the woods and made a point to not be seen but to leave an object to be noticed. There was no running back with the narrow trail, and I was not about to tell him that we're in potential danger. I told him to go out in front of me, and I just encouraged him basically and say we're doing great over and over, and that speeds him up naturally. I never saw anyone until we were on the trail. We got to the car and I locked the doors immediately. On our way out of the park, a very dirty man, probably in his 30s, came out of the woods and just stares at me, absolutely void of emotions. That man completely follows me until I'm out of sight with his eyes, literally like a serial killer stare. Now, I knew the third fact at that point, that he made a point to make himself apparent, and that's the one that kind of scares me the most. That stare actually stuck with me for days, and I considered cancelling after that as it bothered me for several weeks, causing anxiety. I tried to tell myself that maybe we interrupted his bath time and he didn't want to startle us. After all, he could have just been out there and watching us catching salamanders waiting to go. But I just cannot rationalise why he stared at me like that and wouldn't move. Deep down I know that it was probably a deliberate scare tactic or something. He never had any idea how panicked I was though, my boyfriend. It was the most fun that I've ever seen him have. He brings it up on a regular basis as a very positive experience, but for me, it was not good and I feel very disturbed. I'm currently a park ranger and I'd like to share a weird experience that I had before. Now, during these kinds of jobs, you'll see lots of weird things that you're not necessarily sure about. But luckily, because you work with other colleagues, you can always radio in to get more support if you need it and often get to the bottom of things. Some of the other guys who I'd been working with for a while had told me about a cabin that you should never go to. Apparently it was ancient, from a hunter or somebody like that, and they lived there for a long time, kind of off the grid, and there'd been some rumours from everybody saying that it was haunted. It's something that I never really believed, to be honest, but apparently sometimes at night if you heard whistling, that was where it was coming from. Now, I kind of believe them a little bit, but not really. especially because they always like to play tricks on each other and things like that. But it did put me a little bit off ever going there. I wasn't exactly sure how to get there in the first place, so I didn't really have to worry too much. And there was a couple of other old buildings dotted around, and sometimes whenever I encountered them, I would stop and stay as still as I could and try and listen. Because apparently you had to wait for 30 seconds before he would whistle at you, but it never really happened to me, so I didn't really believe it was haunted or any of that, or that I'd at least found the right one. So there was one particular stretch of season that I was on my station. It was a really nice time in the summer, and to be honest it was a little bit annoying because of the creatures outside. I'm talking about the bugs and things. Now, you couldn't really step foot outside without immediately getting swarmed by them, but it's something you grow used to with spray, and there's random little things you could do to try and stop them coming. So, on one of my days here, I had reports of hikers who got lost, and apparently there was 2 people that got lost with an old man. They were described as wearing 2 blue jackets, and the other person was wearing a darker colour, kind of like a beige or green almost. So I headed out into their relative vicinity to try and locate them. We weren't exactly sure where they were, but there was reports off of other hikers saying that these people looked pretty confused and almost a bit worried. With this in mind, I thought that I should bring lots of water because they're probably dehydrated by now. A lot of people like to go out hiking and don't necessarily bring enough water with them. They think it's okay to leave it in their car and just go and retrieve it again later, but I can tell you that's not really a smart idea. The amount of times I find people that are really struggling with dehydration and they're actually about to go into a dangerous state of it because they haven't got water with them. Especially too, a lot of people wear too many clothes when they go hiking and they become far too hot. People aren't willing to abandon their clothes on the way in terms of jackets and things, so they just wear it and get too hot. I mean, for myself even, one day I remembered getting far too hot, and I was basically looking for somebody in a similar situation to this, but I started jogging when I found them with my jacket on, and by the end of it I could see weird colours where my vision started to fade, and when I stopped I felt like I was gonna faint. So yeah, lots of water with me and not too many clothes as I set out. Now, it didn't take me long to find them, and they were both just sitting under a tree. It was a little bit odd, and I radioed in that I found them and I was going to make sure they're okay. I waved to them and stood up shaking the bottle saying, "Hey, I'm here." Doing a smile and wave, but they didn't do anything back. I thought this was relatively weird, and I'm a little bit cautious now. I think maybe they're really in trouble, or maybe it's something more sinister, and I slowly approach. Now I've got to go and check if these guys are okay, but I'm actually a little bit paranoid myself. I eventually make my way over to them, and it looks like they're both in shock. It's really weird. I give them water, which luckily they accept, and I say, "Can you tell me what's happened? Are either of you injured?" And I look over them looking for any signs of head trauma. You only have to look for simple things like cuts or bruises, but it can really be a telling sign. The problem you get is when somebody's got long hair or something and isn't bleeding and you don't know whether they're damaged. You can get an increase of intracranial pressure due to bleeding, which can be extremely dangerous because obviously the brain's contained in the skull, so the pressure doesn't have anywhere to go and it can potentially take your life. Worried that maybe one of them was hurt like this, I ask again what's wrong and they say, "Finally, thank God you're here." And they don't say much, they both stand up and start walking over to me. I stand up too and say, "Come on, let's get out of here." And we start heading back towards the station. While we're walking, I don't make too much conversation because obviously these people aren't really in a good way, and I don't want to bombard them with questions right now, but I go over some basic medical checks and they seem fine, just like they're in shock. It was only when we started getting a lot closer to the station that one of them opened up. We saw a ghost. I'm not kidding, man. We literally saw somebody who kind of looked like you. We thought he was a ranger and went to see what was wrong. And he literally just vanished in through a tree. I'm not kidding, man. We both saw it. He then pauses and starts explaining some more. Apparently they looked all around for this guy, but there was no sign of him. They were convinced they'd seen a ghost and didn't know what to think of it. I asked them how long they'd seen him for, and they said, I don't know, maybe like a minute or so. They then explained that some other hikers come, but they were too shocked to say anything and just sat by the tree in the shade. They said apparently at the start, this apparition, whatever you want to call it, waved them over, smiled, then just disappeared into a tree. They said it's like nothing they've ever seen before, and neither of them have a medical history of things like this. I quickly write the report and one of my colleagues hands over, and I didn't get to know much else as I have to head back out again, but it really played on my mind. I mean, they were probably quite dehydrated, but they didn't seem to have any medical issues, which was odd. I kind of just chalked it up to probably they were just imagining it, and maybe it was just an animal that had slowly went up a tree they didn't see too well. But it was specifically a bizarre thing that I've always remembered. I never really encountered too many things like that while I was out there before, so it definitely stuck with me. But I was glad that I'd done my job, and they were completely fine. Now, worried that there was some kind of person out there that might also need help, I decided that I should probably go and have a look in the area. Based off the slim chance that somebody was actually there, I had to investigate it. There's a couple of other guys who are going to investigate things within the vicinity to them, but this was proximal to me, and I know the exact spot, so of course I had to go there again. Now the walk was just as pleasant as before, and I started to slam my own water, worried that I was going to become dehydrated myself. I was actually quite tired from carrying so much and the trek to these guys and back again. I didn't really understand the area they were in because they were well off of a path and they would have had to just walk idly through the trees for probably a good 20 minutes to get there, which, if you're familiar with national parks or big forests, is not really a good idea because that's how you get lost and how big search parties have to go out and people put their lives in danger to try and find them. So yeah, that didn't really add up. Now, like I said, the sun was beautiful and I was really enjoying the walk, to be honest. There was just enough light piercing through the treescape so I'd feel warm, but not too hot. Some of the bugs had actually picked up again now, which was relatively annoying, but I wasn't really too focused on them. I was just focused on what was happening up here. Now, I eventually get to the exact spot where we were before, and I realise that one of them have left a bottle behind, and I pick it up. I need to return it back to them because it's their property later. And I head off in the direction that they told me that they'd seen the person. And surprise, surprise, I can't find anything. I had a good look round, and I'm pretty sure I saw the big tree they were describing. And there's nothing there. I actually spent more of my time looking up, worried that some kind of animal was going to jump down and try and attack me, than finding a person up there, but who knows, maybe somebody was crazy and just decided to be Spider-Man for the day, but there was no mess, I couldn't find anything. I then start my walk back, and things are quite normal. I'm looking forward to getting back, and I actually want to make a coffee because I'm quite tired now. As I'm walking, I notice something odd. It almost looks like little orbs of light floating around where I am. This is particularly bizarre. It kind of looks like when you've got an old camera pointing somewhere in the dark and it picks up all the orbs. There was quite a few of them and it looked really pretty. No, it wasn't blossom and it wasn't spider webs, but this was bizarre. There seemed to be a couple of them, then probably hundreds all around. I wiped my eyes a couple of times and tried to grab one, but I couldn't seem to. They all moved too far in front of me. As I stopped in a moment in awe about how beautiful this is, I hear a whistle sound. Thinking it's one of my friends, I actually did a whistle back. They whistle back to me one more time, and I say, "Hey, I gotta get back now. I'll catch you at the station," and start laughing to myself. I think, wow, they've almost got me with that one, and I decide that I should just pick up the pace a bit so they don't try and pull any other pranks on me. What was kind of stuck in my mind at this point is how weird it was seeing all of the orbs of light. It was really beautiful, and it gave a tranquil feel to where I was walking. It was kind of like the things you'd see in old books where they say about fairies and stuff, but it was definitely odd. I started to think that maybe this was some kind of plant that I didn't know about that blossomed heavily. And I make it back to the station. I didn't mention what I had heard or seen to any of the other guys, just thinking it was one of those things, and I make the coffee, and the other couple are gone. I then see the ranger that was looking after them, and he looks at me and says, "I don't know, man, there was something off about those people. You know, you hear all those rumours, but I don't believe in all of that, but they looked really scared, and they weren't exactly the kind of guys that I guess you would consider to pull any kind of games with us, you know?" And I said, "Yeah." He said one of them was actually a medic and the other was a teacher, so we know they're pretty trustworthy people. I said, "Yeah, but come on, they were just dehydrated, right?" He looked at me in the eyes and said, "I don't know, man. Be careful out there." And that was that. So I enjoyed my coffee and I ended up going home not too long after as the shift was over. But there wasn't really too much going on in my mind. I just started talking to my then girlfriend and now wife, and I was more excited about all of the trips and things we could do together, so that quickly filled my time up. Anyway, skip to a couple of days later and I'm back to work. And work was something that I loved, so it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. So I'm on station once again, and we get a call in again about apparently there's a disturbance up by the cabin. Now, I didn't register in the time what one they meant because there was a number of them, but it's one I hadn't been to before, and they said to me did I mind swinging by that way, which I had no problem doing. Now, the only thing I really didn't like about doing was going into one that had spiders and things. We get some pretty nasty ones out here, and I remember the time that one had fell onto my head, and I didn't realise for about 30 minutes until I brushed my hair and a big old spider fell on the floor with a plod. I tried kicking it but missed, and I didn't know where it went at home. But yeah, I'm pretty paranoid at the things. Also, you can get homeless people who live out there, or squatters, or God knows what, so it was never a good thing. Plus, not to mention, often they're dangerous and in risk of collapse because they're so old. And especially if there's any kind of insect that's decided to make the wood its home. So yeah, I wasn't really up for this one, to be honest with you. So I head out with all of my things and I make sure I have a nice hat on, because if any spiders are going to fall on me and try and attack me, I don't want them on my head. So that's what I do. Now, it was going to be about a good hours or so walk to get to this place, and again, it was a bit far off the path, so this wasn't good immediately. I ended up making it to the edge of the trail, and I start making my way in there. While I'm walking, I'm actually having issues trying to save my pants from the scrubs and things around me. There's all kinds of nettles and nasty things that are starting to get into my legs. I ended up getting stung by some plants a few times and it was really annoying. Especially because this is still in the summertime, so I'm quite hot at this moment, and the sweat is really not a nice feeling with the stinging of the plant. Now I get to where this place should be and I absolutely cannot find it. I re-triangulate my position multiple times and it should be exactly where I am. I should be proximal to it. I ended up putting in a few more calls to the station and eventually they guide me in the right direction again. I ended up finding an old building, but this one was really small. It almost looked like a small kind of shed thing where you'd store things. I say, "Yeah, I found it, let me go check it out." and there's a weird smell coming from this thing. It starts to smell really, really bad, and I'm starting to get worried that maybe it's the worst. I do have to investigate though, so I go closer and closer. I realise that there's an old door holding this thing shut, which is to a storage area. So I grab the biggest stick I can find and try and use it like a police battering ram. This didn't work, and I sat down for a minute trying to figure out how I was going to open this. I then decide just to kick it, and I give it one big kick and it comes ajar slightly, and the smell was absolutely foul and overpowering, and lots of different flies and things pour out. Now I actually had to wait for a moment not to vomit, and I decided to go back and give it one last good kick, and it comes open thankfully. Now, covering my nose and with my torch, I peer in, and I find an animal's remains in there which clearly got stuck in there and couldn't get out, but it was disgusting. You could see by the fur on its body that it definitely wasn't a person, but it was too far gone to identify what it was, and I just leave it. I soon realised though that this couldn't have been the cabin that I was told to investigate. This was far too small, and it was a storage unit. Pretty grossed out, I actually took a while heaving up. I don't know how long it was, probably a good 5 or so minutes, but luckily I didn't vomit. But my god did I feel tempted to. As I'm sitting there, I then hear a whistle. It's just like the one I heard the other day. Only this time, I'm pretty sure I recognised it as one of the friends that I worked with. I start laughing and go to do the whistle again, but stop because I'm not going to put my hands in my mouth and make myself vomit because of what I've just seen. So now I'm just sitting there laughing while this whistling goes on every couple of minutes for probably 10 minutes or so before stopping. It's coming from the top right of where I am, and I decide that I might as well prank my friend back. I want to tell him that I found some kind of computer in that storage unit and I want him to go and investigate because I can't move it. It's locked. He's pretty good with computers and he's pretty good at breaking things open, so I know that he'll love to go and try and crack open the side of the computer case and get it out. Or just some other stuff like that. Now, of course this was a complete lie because there's just a weird animal body there, but I just want my friend to get close and maybe push him a bit as a joke. So yeah, I start walking over and the whistling stops. It's very clear where it was coming from before, and I know I have to walk quite a way to get there because of how quiet the whistling is. Now, I probably walked for a good 4 minutes when I can see the silhouette of something up ahead. You can just make out that it's all black with its head and shoulders, just kind of lurking around, then slowly going behind a tree. I say hey, or call out my friend's name, but I don't get a reply. I think that's odd and I continue walking. I eventually make it up to exactly where I thought the whistling was and I can't hear anything or my friend. Thinking that maybe he's just went off again, I decide that I should head back. I turn around to head in the direction that I come from, and suddenly I can see the cabin, one that I haven't seen before. This is it. This is the cabin I was supposed to find. That's odd. Thinking maybe my friend's already investigated it, I start to head back, but realise that he probably hasn't found this too. It's kind of in some overgrown area, and it looks pretty dated, but it looks like somebody lived in there long ago. Now I have to be careful because we've had reports of activity in here, and they even seeing a light on, but I can't see any of this at this point. Now, as I'm observing it slowly walking closer, I'm sure I can make out the silhouette of a person again in the top. I think this is pretty bizarre because it's kind of like a one-story thing with an attic above it. But I don't know why anybody would be in there. I was more convinced it was some kind of animal that was living in there that I'd just seen, but I don't know. So I start to walk over relatively carefree at this point, convinced it's just going to be an animal, but bracing for the spiders and other things I do not want to encounter. Like I said, I really don't like these things, and I'm talking myself out of being worried by them. At this point in time, this was by far my biggest concern. Now, I get to only a few meters away, and I realise the door's broken. It's broken to the point that you don't need to use force to enter, you can literally just nudge it. I turn on my light, and I see nothing. I quickly pan around, and yes, there is a big old spider. It's not far from the door, so I duck very far under it, and I manage to convince myself not to look up. You can see that there's not really a floor above or anything. It's kind of just like a very thin top, but nowhere for you to stand really. You know, if you go up there, you'll basically fall through the top, so there's no real worries about me doing that. I scan in the first room, and this place is really ancient looking, like well over 100 years old. I can't really see too much, but there's some hooks and things where I guess I used to do hunting and whatnot. Now, there is an underground area to this, but I didn't want to go in there because of the spiders, so I decided to avoid it. There's basically a hole in the corner that I could probably go down, but I'm definitely not going to do that. I think whatever's under there can stay under there, and it's not for me to investigate. Now, I turn to head back, having thoroughly searched through most of it, when I hear a whistle again. This time it sounds like it's next to me. With a gasp, I turn the torch round and quickly do a 360, but I can't find anything. That's when I slowly look up and realise that it's coming from above me. There must be something on the roof or up there. I don't know what it is at this point, thinking maybe it's some kind of owl or something injured up there. I decide that I should probably go and look. I quickly pan my torch around and look throughout all of the top thing. I can just about see through it because it's kind of transparent slightly, and you can see there's nothing up there. So I decide just to give this old owl one chance of rescue. I make my way up to the crawl space where you can basically go in, and there's a very small ladder here. Hoping that maybe there's some kind of light or something that I can pull on, I slowly make my way up the ladder. I put my arm through and go to pull on the light switch where I think it should hang from. That's when I feel something on my arm. I feel 2, 3, 4, 5 pressure points and something warm up my arm, and I can feel a lifting force. Almost not registering what's happened, I slowly turn my head up and I can see a human arm pulling me up. It's not like a normal human arm though. This looks like it comes from a corpse and is all battered and bruised and very black and dark looking. I let out a scream like a girl. I quickly jump down and the arm just seems to vanish back into where it come from. I grab the torch again and quickly shine the light up, thinking something's about to chase me, but I can't see anything. There's no shadow of where the body should be on the top, nothing. With that, I sprint and kick the door open, and I half fall down in the process. I start sprinting as fast as I can, and to make it even worse, a spider fell on me, which I basically punch off my body. I actually hurt myself quite a bit from the force of it with the adrenaline. I sprint and quickly glance back as I'm starting to get away from this, and I quickly look onto the roof hoping to see some kind of person up there that could explain this, but I don't see anything. I sprint and make it quite a good way into the woods. Not really entirely sure if I'm being followed or not, I decide I have to keep up a long distance running pace. This is actually really bad for my legs because I'm running off the trail at this point, and I'm really getting my legs cut up, but I don't care. Luckily, being a ranger, I'm in pretty good shape and I managed to keep up a really nice pace. What just happened? I'm actually so scared that I don't radio in anything to the team and I just try and sprint back as quick as I possibly can. I start sipping on water where I'm trying to keep myself going without stopping for as long as possible. Eventually this created a new issue where I actually had to vomit a bit while I was jogging, but I didn't care. I quickly slipped some more water to keep me going, and eventually the pace catches up with me and I have to slow down. I frantically look to my left and right, desperately trying to see if there's anything chasing me, but I can't see anything. I'm not much further from the station now, so I put my hands on my knees and try and capture my breath. Now I can hear some of the sounds of insects around me and some landing on my skin, but I don't care. Where I was jogging I probably looked so vascular and like a good meal to them, but I don't care. It honestly only takes me about 3 minutes to catch my breath, which really surprised me, and I start walking now covered in sweat. I'm only about 3 minutes from the station, and I go to radio in what's happened, but I realise there's no point. I'm nearly back at the station. There's some other people outside and they kind of look at me like I'm a crazy man. Looking down at my arms I can see why. I've gone very red from the jogging. And I quickly open the door. Some guys rushed over to me and say, "What happened? Are you okay?" And I stop them. I say, I'm fine. It's just, something weird happened when I found that cabin. I say, I'm sure somebody was up there in that attic. I heard them whistling. And when I gone up there, something grabbed me. And the guys started bursting out laughing. They say, "Yeah, right. Did you actually go there or not?" I say, "I told you I went up there and I think somebody's in there, in the attic," but they say that's not possible. How could somebody be standing on paper thin tarp? And they completely dismiss my claims. Really frustrated, I go to the bathroom just to try and get some of the sweat off of me, and I look at myself in the mirror for a while, when one of the older rangers comes in and says, "Yep, you met him. Don't worry, son. I know they're laughing at you, but I believe you. We've been having reports of weird things happening there for absolutely years. Don't worry, you'll get used to it." "Used to it?" I shout at him. "How could I possibly get used to that? Why don't they believe me?" And they say they do. I think they're just scared of it too. Now, this was a number of years ago that it happened, and luckily I've never been requested to go back there again. And to be honest, if I did, I wouldn't go. I still have nightmares about it to this day. Every time I have to put my hand into somewhere I don't know, I'm pretty sure I have some kind of trauma where I start sweating and shaking a bit, half expecting something to grab me again. If this was some kind of animal or some kind of homeless person, I could sit with that and that's fine. But their arm literally looked like it belonged to a dead person. But the rangers were right, there's no way anybody could have been up there. I doubt this could support the weight of a small animal, let alone a fully grown human. But I'm sure that's what grabbed me, except it wasn't. It wasn't like a living person. I don't know, I just really can't get the right words out to describe how I feel trying to recount this story to you all. It was almost like I was touched by something I shouldn't have been, and I really feel like something had stalked me out there in those woods. Nothing like it has ever happened since, and I'm not much longer from changing jobs now, but it just does not sit right with me. I hate the fact that when things like this happen, people don't always take you seriously, but they don't see the nightmares that I have because of this, and they don't understand how much it still affects me even to this day. In college, I lived on top of a mountain road, but still only 5 minutes downtown through a wooded road. There was a few 100-plus-year-old oaks in the yard, slab stone porch built by hand. I lived in the studio apartment that was outside of the main house. Now the main house is haunted, but my shack is cozy. The woods up there are weird too. I never really was in the main house at all, but the three who lived there said some nights you couldn't fall asleep because of the noise, like floorboards creaking, thumps, knocks, etc. My experience happened outside. Like I said, I hunted small game up there as there must have been a rabbit colony in the vicinity, plus a few squirrels. Often out there, I would get the distinct feeling that I was being stalked myself. Keep in mind, this stand of the forest is only several acres across, but was preserved mainly because of the historic oak trees scattered around. It's old woods. Now I would hear laughter like children's laughter, but not quite creepy like in a creepy movie. It was a bit distorted, and almost like flirty giggles that you might have heard if you imagined a fairy was there. It would come from different directions and sometimes at the same time. I eventually decided to stop following it and hunt. It never did stop. I would spend time in the afternoon in town having a drink or hanging out at a friend's place. I'd finally have enough liquid courage to hike up the trail in the dark. That laughter would be replaced by noise, just like things running around and dashing by the trees. Now, being an outdoorsman, you know the woods are noisy at night, particularly in the southern Appalachians, but this is different. It was dead silence out there in that stand at night except for this rushing, and from an unseen feet. Like, no game could be doing this. Now, these steps were like some kind of things rushing around me. It's really weird. It would kind of cross the trail up ahead and behind me, then alongside, but I could never see anything. I was a big time night owl back then, and was regularly up doing schoolwork into 3 or 4 AM. One such night it snowed a fresh 20 inches or so, decent accumulation for the area. Our yard and woods were like a paradise for me and my dog. I was excited to hunt around the next day for tracks and to see if I couldn't locate the rabbit den, which I hadn't previously. I was woken up and the dog came scratching to get in, not really like he's frantic or anything, but just trying to get in. It's odd though because she's a husky. I decided to call it a night too and went out for a cigarette, and it's now about 3:24 AM. I can still see it on the top of my MacBook display before closing it. I went out and noted the clouds were dispersed a bit and the moon was bright on the snow. I lit my cigarette and just looked across the fence into the woods when something caught my eyes. It looks exactly like the silhouette of someone leaning up on an oak tree. Like, you'd see somebody with a palm planted up against a wall and arms straight leaning against it. It's not moving, so I can't tell if I'm just imagining that the light is making it move or what. So I walked further to the end of the porch, and as soon as I stepped out onto the fresh snow, it took off. Now, this thing is tall, with my estimations being that it was at least 7 foot tall. It actually runs along the border of the fence and back into the woods. It was hairless as far as I can tell and completely naked. Otherwise though, it was a form of a tall, skinny man. I decided to quickly go inside and grab my boots and rifle and flashlight and go and check the tracks. Now they have to be size 14 or 15 bare feet. It ran along the fence and onto the tree stretches, into the backyard as if heading into the woods. But then the tracks just ended about 20 inches short of the wood line. I don't know if it jumped into a tree, but there was no more tracks for me to trace. It was literally as though it just vanished. So this actually happened to my boyfriend who is from Mexico. He had many experiences that most Westerners wouldn't believe, as Mexico is an intensely paranormal place, but that's probably due to its history. Now when he was 15, he was on his grandfather's ranch in an area. It's a remote place with only a couple of distinctly scattered neighborhoods, and his father's land was big and spread out. One night, his grandfather asked him to put out the bonfire next to the house. He put it out and went back to bed and fell asleep. A few hours later, his grandfather came back and scolded him for not putting out the fire. This happened routinely for months. One time, after he put out the fire, he saw the light from the fire through his bedroom window. and he saw a female putting some logs onto the fire. He assumed it's his aunt and went back to sleep, and the next day, the grandfather yelled at him again, so my boyfriend told him that it was just his aunt that started it again, probably just to heat up water or something. When he asked about it, his aunt said that she had not been out there at all for a fire, and she was the only female living there. What also began happening at the same time was mysterious fires. Now my boyfriend and sometimes his friends would see a woman walking across his grandfather's property over a hill. They saw her several times over the course of a few months. My boyfriend said he couldn't figure out what she was doing there or where she come from because they knew all the people that live close by, and in that part of Mexico, people don't just generally trespass on other people's property because it's potentially dangerous. He said she was solid and looks like a real person, with red bean jeans and blondish hair, but that when she would walk by there wasn't any sound, like the wind stopped blowing and everything was still. One day he was wandering around the ranch looking for good grass to give the cows. On the far side of the ranch up the hill, he found a patch of some pretty nice grass and started pulling it up, and ended up pulling up part of the blanket. He said the blanket looked old, but not that old, like it had been there for a couple of months, so he started to pull up the blankets and he saw two arms tied together from behind, execution style. He said there was still some meat on the arms, although the body was mostly bones by this point. He immediately could see it was a woman with red jeans and long blondish hair that he would recognize as the woman he saw walking across the ranch. They called the police detectives who investigated and said this probably happened from the 90s. Now, after they had disposed of the body correctly, he had never saw the woman walking up the hill again. This took place when I was younger, probably around 19 or 20. I'm 27 now, going on 28. I used to drive around the countryside for hours on end, sometimes up to 6 hours, and smoked cigarettes while listening to music and just daydreaming. I'd been through a lot, and it was a way for me to let off steam and digest everything that happened to me. There is part of a route that goes into the southern part of my state that actually takes you to Maryland. If I'm not mistaken, if you go all the way along, you go to Florida. It's on a road that I'm very fond of because it intersected with lots of interesting places. It could take you to cities and beaches alike, all the while somehow remaining pretty isolated and rural. On one of those day trips, I was driving through a heavily wooded area that opened up to a field lined with trees to my left. I was pretty zoned out at this point, but something on the side of the road immediately caught my attention. In fact, it seemed that time slowed, so I could see this apparition with more vivid detail than any random artifact that I would ever glance at off the side of the road. What I saw was an older, balding man dressed in full Catholic priest garb. His mouth was open in what appeared to be grief, staring up through the sky with large glasses. He was standing in front of a dead deer. It was a dark from what I recall, and there was maybe 3 or 4. Behind the deers was a 1970s/80s Crown Vic style police car without its lights on. It had no markings on it whatsoever to identify what county it was from. No one was inside the vehicle. I don't even think it had the engine running. Now, this is pure speculation, but it almost appeared as if the vehicle had been parked there for a day or so because it was completely sedentary. The other weird thing about the vehicle is that it had no damage on the front end to show what was responsible for hitting the dead deer, nor did it seem at all bloody or anything, or even mangled. It just didn't make sense. Now I took a step back and, rehashing this scene as a whole, it had the appearance of being staged or set up somehow, as if all of its parts of props in a play or movie. Every part of it was so odd and so still. For the speed it was travelling at, The glance I cast on this spectacle could have only lasted for about a maximum of 3 seconds, but the moment seemed to be quadrupled, and it's an impression that really grabbed my imagination and felt like bad news, really bad news. I was gasping for air, almost crying. Have I seen a ghost? Was it a warning of a deity? Did the forces that shape time and space momentarily flex in this rural corner of Virginia, and just so happened that I was the only witness? Even passing by the same spot from this trip, I really can't think of what it could have been. I have no answers to any of my questions, only a lack of closure, and its scar on my brain. I was backpacking last week in a national forest in northwest Pennsylvania with a friend of mine and also his teenage son. We hiked up the Minister Creek Trail and set up camp that night about 4 miles away from the trailhead. We only saw 2 other parties that day, and neither were overnighting on the trail. We explored the area we camped in extensively to find the best spot, and did not see any other campers within at least a mile in either direction. The rest of the forest is heavy, with growth hillsides on either side of the valley, without anywhere good to set up camp. At about 2 AM, I was awoken by the sound of drumming. It sounded like a single drum and a rhythmic beat. If anybody is familiar with the Cleveland Indians baseball team, now known as the Guardians, they have a guy who would beat a drum in a similar fashion. It was loud and close, actually reverberating throughout the valley that we camped in. If I were to guess, I would say it sounded as if it was within 100 yards of our location. I got out of my tent to investigate, and my friend had also been woken up by the sound. We couldn't see anything other than the dark woods around us. This continued for at least 2 hours until I was able to fall back asleep. The next morning, we woke up and all is normal. We continue in on our hike and didn't see any other campers around. I still have no clue what it was. Now my family moved from upstate New York to a small town near Brenderton, Florida. I moved with them. Their house is a wilderness neighborhood one that hasn't existed there for too long. Native Americans actually used to occupy the land, from what we've heard. My room had a massive sliding glass window with no screens and was the only one in the house that faces directly out into the woods out back. Right when we moved in, I felt uneasy about being near the window, looking into the woods or having my blinds open. A few weeks after moving in, I started having what I think are night terrors. I would wake up screaming and thinking that there was someone in my room trying to get me. I've never ever had this as a child. It was freaky and unnerving for both me and my sleeping partner. I started hearing knocking on my window at night. At first, I thought I was hearing things, but then I started getting really freaked out. I always ignored it and never went up to the window, looked outside or opened it. My partner never heard this. He was always asleep and brushed me off when I told him. I just adamantly kept my window locked from there on out. Then, I started hearing my neighbour/friend next door knocking on my window at night, whispering my name and asking me if I'm up, and if I wanted to come out and smoke with her. I answered this by saying a sleepy no, and go back to sleep. I asked her about this, and she is absolutely certain she never told me this. I start feeling very alone and powerless, wondering if I'm actually losing my mind now. Now one night, I was putting a lucky protective crystal on my window for protection. Side note, don't judge me for this, and I don't know if this was happening in my head or not. I didn't know what to do for protection, but anyway, I woke up and the crystal was still in the same spot, but half broken, as though it was hit by lightning. I actually saw a black figure in my room a couple of times. Nothing ever happened. I would only see them, and they would be gone, and it was always at night when I was barely awake. I figured there were spirits in the home, so I did a couple of things that helped mitigate that, using salt, burning cedar wood, and spraying holy water on walls. Our back porch was screened in, and a nice place to sit outside. I meditated a couple of times out there and heard all the wildlife and creatures outside. The noises would stop and it would just be silent sometimes, like dead air. I would listen for anything and just hear nothing aside from creepy snapping branch sounds. I would run inside after that. We had bobcats, raccoons, alligators and wild boars, so I figure it's an animal. Luckily I moved back to upstate New York for personal and career reasons, so obviously nothing else happened to me there. I visited my family around Halloween time, about a year after moving. My sister and I stayed up watching Pet Sematary and started talking about the creepy stuff, and she turned to me and said, "Did I tell you that he thought he saw some kind of slender man in the woods?" And I immediately get freaked out and sleep horribly. I asked my dad what he saw and he said it's a very tall creature, probably 9 feet, extremely skinny, almost looking like a tree, moving abnormally fast through the woods in broad daylight. I had a few unsettling experiences in the woods, but this is unquestionably the strangest one. I've been mulling over it for a couple of years and can't really come up with a rational explanation. A few details have been changed to protect my identity, but the story is 100% true. So in 2018, my partner and I drove up to the National Forest in Oregon for a day hike in early summer. The area was somewhat remote, but nothing too isolated. Hiking is huge in the Pacific Northwest. There are plenty of other people on these trails at any given time, especially during peak season. Because of this, we chose a less popular trail in the hopes of getting some alone time. It was approximately a 6-mile out and back, moderately difficult hike with a waterfall near the end. It followed a river and didn't intersect with any other trails. Simple, right? We are both experienced hikers in good physical condition, so we had no reason to think we needed anything but day packs with a couple of litres of water and sandwiches. Getting back before dark should have been a piece of cake. We set out sometime afternoon. At first, we took it slow and wandered around the riverbank for a few minutes. I found a cool animal bone and we mused over what it might be. It was very clearly a vertebrae from a large mammal, so we guessed it was probably a deer bone, but I'm a little morbid and I like collecting things of that nature, so it goes into my pack. That might not have anything to do with what happened next, but I feel like I should mention it since it was out of the ordinary. The hike next to the waterfall was beautiful. We passed a few other people on our way back to the trailhead, but for the most part, we had the place to ourselves. We stopped a few times to look at wildlife or take photos of flowers. I was tracking our progress on my Fitbit, so I always knew how many miles we'd travelled and how much time we had before sunset. We reached the waterfall at about 3.2 miles. We matched what the map said. I paused my watch and settled on a large boulder to rest and eat our lunch. Another young couple was there with their dog. We said hello and then minded our business. That's when things went wrong. As we packed our stuff up and prepared to leave, my partner slipped off the boulder and twisted his ankle badly. The other couple heard his surprised scream as the water splashed, and they rushed over to help. The 3 of us hauled him back to dry land and assessed the injury. None of us are doctors, but we thought it was a sprain. The swelling had already begun, and he was in serious pain. He couldn't barely stand. Upon realizing this, the male half of the couple started backing away and seemed anxious to leave. I asked him if he could go to get help, but he didn't respond, nor does his wife. They both turned around and started booking it up the trail with the dog trotting behind them. I called out to them in frustration, but they didn't look back. Needless to say, we didn't have cell service to reach that deep in the woods, so we couldn't contact anyone else. We have to hike back. "It'll be okay," I said to Michael. "It's only 3 miles, you can do it." We shifted the water bottles and a modest amount of gear into my pack so he wouldn't have to carry anything, and made decent progress. Now, I was actually tracking the hike on my Fitbit. After about 2 miles, Michael ran out of the stream and we rested again. I told him to lean on me to take the weight off the injured ankle. That's even though that I'm a head shorter than him, it just seems to help. We're almost there, just 1 more mile, I said. Despite the setback, we're in pretty high spirits to be honest, and the sun was still coming up and the woods were beautiful still. We actually make light out of our predicament. Michael joked that he can't do anything without getting hurt or breaking something, and I comforted him. We both actually thought that the ordeal was nearly over. Eventually I realised we've been walking longer than expected. I assumed it only felt that way because we were moving at a slower pace, but when I checked my watch and saw that we'd gone further than a mile, I started to worry. And we're at nearly 6.6 in total. That meant the walk back to the trailhead was longer than that to the waterfall. But that can't be right. But I figured it must have been a mistake at some point. Maybe I hadn't started the tracker until we'd already travelled a ways at the beginning. Regardless, the parking lot had to be around the next curve in the trail. But it wasn't. We went another half mile or so before stopping to assess the situation. Over 7 miles total and we're still not back. What the heck? I checked the map on my Fitbit and saw that there aren't any gaps. It was a straight line from the beginning to the end, with the line doubling back on itself, indicating that we're on the same route. But where's the trailhead? We talked it over and concluded that it had to be a glitch. Michael was adamant that we hadn't passed the trailhead, and we couldn't have taken a wrong turn because there were no other trails, plus the scenery was all familiar. We saw things we remembered passing on our way to the waterfall. It was definitely the same trail, and well maintained too. Then a big wide dirt track that followed down the river eventually veers off into undergrowth. We shouldn't have been able to lose the trail. It's almost impossible. At that point, we start to feel demoralized, but what could we do except keep going? Our phones also don't have service, and Michael's in a lot of pain and struggling to put weight on the strained ankle. It was twice the size of the other ankle. He was sweating and I was sweating. The whole thing starts to feel like a nightmare. When we went another mile and still didn't reach the trailhead, we panic. Night falls quickly into the forest and we had little daylight left. We were almost out of water and had no gear or other food. We basically only have the flashlights on our phones. Of course, we cursed ourselves for not bringing the supplies, but we're only supposed to be out here for a couple of hours, so just a short hike, and we have no idea how it could have gone so wrong. Out of desperation, I yelled for help. We'd seen no other people since that strange couple had abandoned us near the waterfall, but I'm sure that we had to be close enough to the parking lot. That didn't mean there was anyone there. But we both freaked out. I was willing to make a fool of myself if it meant rescue. To our dismay, nobody answered. We're alone. In an attempt to get to grip, we reasoned that maybe we had really passed the trailhead where we started. Maybe we were so focused on keeping him off of his bad foot that we'd simply missed it, and were hiking towards the next trailhead. We were pretty sure that wasn't the case, but it was the only explanation that makes sense. We were definitely still on the same trail, and though we couldn't be certain, it seemed like the landscapes had changed. We were no longer recognizing any of the landmarks except for the river, and that seemed to support our theory that we've gone too far. We knew we weren't exactly walking in circles, that isn't possible, so should we turn back? We mulled over for a few more minutes. If we were wrong, backtracking now would mean that we definitely spend the night here, and it's not really an option, so we press on. I'm not crazy, I keep telling myself, asking almost. Now the initial hike was only 3 miles, and we went 3 miles into the waterfall. Yes, my husband agreed. Now, we walked a lot further than that. We should have gotten back a long time ago, so I don't really understand what's happening. When night fell, we pick up the pace, and my partner stopped leaning on me and limped down as fast as he can. He said the adrenaline dulled the pain of his injury and gave him motivation to continue. The part of Oregon that we're in is mountain lion country, and I'd just read about a mountain lion attack a few weeks prior to our hike. Being caught out there in the dark was absolutely the last thing we wanted, but there was nothing we could do about it. We were actually quite scared, and my partner shines his light on the path ahead to make sure we didn't lose our footing, and I shone mine at the trees scanning for cat eyes. Now my Fitbit says we've gone 9 miles now. After 9.5, we finally saw the sign for the trailhead and scrambled towards it. Relief didn't completely wash over me though, because I expected that we'd either have to hike back to where we started or trudge alongside the road for a few more miles. There was simply no way this could be at the trailhead. It was 3 miles past where it should have been, and as we climbed to the short set of steps up to the parking lot, sweaty, thirsty and exhausted and completely unnerved, I then hoped to see my car. But I see my car, and we're at the same trailhead. For a moment, we stare in shock. Our fear and misery was replaced by sheer confusion, and we just stood there. Then a twig snapped somewhere in the woods behind us and broke my spell. We hurried across the parking lot towards the car, and in those few seconds, I felt an intense dread. The best way I can describe it is as though you're in a nightmare, when something is pursuing you, but you're moving in slow motion, like your legs just won't cooperate. This is the only time I've ever felt like it outside of a dream. We managed to pile into the vehicle and peel out of there, and I'm shaking. And my partner's reeling about time distortion and dehydration, and we must have lost our bearings. We got out of the national forest and onto the next highway, and it was a while before we encountered any other cars. I didn't fully relax until we made it back to civilization. Neither of us can figure out exactly what happened, and my partner was on crutches for several months after it. I still haven't been able to find out exactly what happened, and I still get chills thinking about this. Now this is a very long story, and I'm going to try my best to write things out exactly as they happened. So I lived in Georgia, the state, in a rural town not far from a major city, and there's a set of woods that's behind our house, and it divides two neighbourhoods. It's about a mile wide, if that. Strange occurrences have always happened around here, things like random trash, tarps, etc. But I should mention that it's a swampy marsh, which has woods around it, so camping in there is impossible. Now one night, I was taking our dog out. He stays in the back half of the house due to him not liking other dogs. I took him out to the side door and walked around the house to the fence. For some reason, when he left the house, he was absolutely terrified. He didn't want to go out. Very unusual for a dog who's quick to snatch someone's soul if prompted. Not thinking about it, we press on, and he went to the bathroom and we walked back. This is when I noticed it, or rather heard it, the crunching of leaves. At first I thought it was one of our dozens of cats, until I realised that it's matching me. If I walked, you could hear it walking. If I stopped, it would. There's a small clearing between the woods and one of the sheds. That's when I saw it. My dog was first to see something, then I saw, I don't know, a creature? It was taller than my shed, so probably a good 8 feet tall, and darting across the clearing at crazy speed. My dog, who isn't scared of anything, bolts so quick that I dropped his leash and he ran to the door whining. I'm quickly behind him. Once inside, I quickly bolted the door and ran to tell my girlfriend what happened. She immediately really wanted to investigate, saying it's probably a woodland creature, and armed with 2 flashlights, we actually go out. Now, we can't see anything but can hear it, and now something's about 20 feet away. Now there's no eyes, not even an animal call, just rustling, and my girlfriend, now scared, heads out for the home. I decide to check in with the neighbours to see if maybe one of the dogs got out, and I call my neighbour, but he confirms that all of the dogs are accounted for. Now my neighbour's interested and comes out with his gun to investigate. We heard rustling, or maybe running, about 100 yards away in the thick swampy woods. Way too thick for a person to walk, let alone run in. And then, it stops. It was dead silent. We're scanning and on edge when we hear something, but then nothing, and bam, it's 5 feet in front of us sprinting at me. It slammed the fence so hard it rocked it back and forth, and Dave shot randomly. But then there's nothing. We never saw it. Never heard it get close to us again. As I mentioned, the woods are thick. Too thick to run in, so this thing teleported silently in front of us and hit the gate. Spooked. We're about to run, then we heard it. It was human in nature but not English. Almost like, I don't know, an alien. Not a language really. Now Dave, a hunter for at least 40 years, still can't explain what it is. Anyway, after we heard that, we bolted, and he covered me as I ran into my home. Not 10 minutes later, we both heard a loud explosion from the woods. It actually rattles my house and knocks the power out, and I ran outside to see if it was there. But of course there's nothing. And Dave runs out and says that he's experienced the same thing. Moments later, neighbours from all around come down to our cul-de-sac and agree that they heard it from behind our house. 911 is called and police officers come out, and 2 of them separately interview us, and both of our stories matched. Now the police officers actually refused to go near the woods. They took a report and left. To this day, we're still not sure what the encounter was. Also, Dave doesn't go outside at night anymore. Now the next night, earlier in the day, my mother, a police officer for a town 40 miles away, installs 2 motion trail cameras on the wood's edge. They're brand new, keep that in mind. Now thinking that maybe we'd see something, we wait for nightfall, and later that evening, I went outside to feed our outdoor cats, and that's when I heard it again, rustling. This time not taking any chances, I ran inside and told everyone what I heard. They all piled by our back door and urged me to go out there and look. Reluctantly I agree. I took my flashlight and walked to the edge of the woods. Knowing there was a trail cam covering this area, I figured it would be on the trail cam, and I can sacrifice this. As I got to the wood's edge, I could hear rustling. I'm shaking at this point because I could tell it was maybe less than 15 feet in front of me. Everybody was watching me from the door, and then it goes quiet, or so I thought. Just as I'm scanning with my flashlight trying desperately to see a normal woodland creature, I hear this boom, and something hits the ground just beneath my feet. It was so close that I was sure it would lunge out and brush and snag me. I dropped the flashlight and literally ran 100 yards back to the house in what felt like 2 seconds. I screamed, "Get in the house," and everybody did. They heard and felt the thud too, and our neighbour Dave called my mum-in-law to see if she heard the crash, and apparently she did 700 yards away. Once the adrenaline died down, we decided to check the trail cams, and crazily, they stopped at 11:47 PM and the rest is corrupted, but they're both brand new, and the memory cards are. We reset everything and put them down again, but unfortunately, we haven't seen anything or heard anything like it since. My husband and I went camping in eastern Pennsylvania. The place we decided to stop is really primitive. Camping was free, no cell services and barely any roads. We did encounter 2 other people. They might not be a factor in what happened after all, but I'll describe them. The first was a woman who had her truck off to the side of the road a little way as we drove past it. She had the hood open and seemed to be waiting for someone to stop and offer help. Usually my boyfriend had no problem helping someone, but he said something's off about her. She didn't really seem like she needed help, and usually people who need help look at you hopefully as you approach. She looked as though she expected us to stop. That's what my boyfriend said anyway, and I didn't really notice anything about it, which was strange. Now this was my boyfriend at the time, now husband, to put that into context. The next person came when we had chosen a spot and we were setting up a fire for hot dogs. I had noticed people drive by a few times, but my boyfriend pointed out each time it's the same car, and the man in the car watched us each time he passes. My boyfriend felt a little uneasy about this, but we had driven around for a while before finding a place that we liked. It had been raining and everything was muddy, and we wanted to go to the driest site possible. He could have been doing the same thing. We actually briefly thought about moving because the road is too muddy. Now, if he wanted us all he has to do is follow the tracks. There were some other tracks, but not many. He'd only have backtracked a little to relocate us again. He didn't come by another time, so we stayed and spent the several remaining hours before dark goofing off. No one else drove by. Whether or not those two actually had anything else to do with our experience, I don't know. But the real fear came later. We had gone to sleep in our tent, and sometime around 3 AM, we were woken by a very loud noise. I can't describe it very well, or even remember exactly what it sounded like, but my boyfriend said it reminded him of a chain gun revving up. It was also similar to how it would sound if somebody recorded a shovel being dragged over gravel and played over a speaker. He jumped up and looks out the little window but can't see anything. The sound repeats itself a few more times. I was too scared to speak, so my boyfriend whispers that it's probably miles off and that I should go back to sleep. I didn't question this, as I figured loud sounds could easily be heard miles off. After we left, he told me it sounded like it had actually become something that was just down the road, and he didn't want me to freak out. Looking back, I probably should have wondered why he would bother to whisper if apparently the sound was off. I was terrified. Every little thing I heard outside sounded like somebody was walking around the tent. We laid there for a while longer, and when finally my boyfriend told me to get dressed because we're leaving, I get alarmed. And even more alarmed when he unwraps the machete we bought just for this trip. Now, we quickly packed up and loaded the car. I looked around for boot prints, but there weren't any other than our own. Despite the moon providing plenty of light, I couldn't really see. I did point out something to my boyfriend that he hadn't noticed, so there was a beer can by our dead fire that wasn't there before. We didn't even bring beer. While we were driving away, my boyfriend explained that he was nervous somebody might have been trying to lure us out, so he didn't think it was a good idea for us to run from the tent right away. He also half expected to find out that the gas tank had been siphoned out, but that wouldn't have stopped us because we had a hybrid car. We actually joked it'd make a good hybrid car commercial. Now, the rest of our trip we only stayed in well-populated campsites or a hostel. My experience at the Skull Valley primitive campgrounds in Utah absolutely terrified me, and it's ruined my camping for probably good. Now, I'd love to get people's ideas on what happened. Here's what happened. The summer before last, I took a road trip from my home in Colorado up the west coast into Canada. My northernmost destination being Fernie, BC, Canada, as I have family out there. I mapped out a series of free campgrounds to stay at instead of hotels. I love camping and it would help me stay on a budget as well. My boyfriend at the time also was traveling, so we were planning to meet up in San Francisco and get to Seattle together. I was doing the first bit of the trip with just my dog, and my first planned campsite was a place called Skull Valley Primitive in Utah. Now, I found the site easily. The camping spots were also up a dirt hill, so I took the first site I saw, as my car is not made for off-roading. I set up my tent without any issues and changed into my hiking boots. It was so hot. I remembered my poor dog had to have a cool towel down after I set up camp because he couldn't cool down on his own. There was actually a ton of other campsites, but hardly anyone using them. There were 2 RVs I come across parked super far away from my site, and I was definitely the only tent camper there. I decided to go take a hike around before the sun was down. The campsite is adjacent to these mountains that rises out of flat ground and would have what appeared to be cave dwellings carved into the face of them. I wanted to investigate, so Teddy, my dog, and I started off in that direction. After only a few minutes of walking, we hit a barbed wire fence, and I don't think twice about ducking under it to continue onwards. I just didn't think it would be a problem. Only a few yards after I had hopped the fence, I stopped dead in my tracks. An eerie and unusual sound was coming from the direction of the cave dwellings. The best description that I can give you is that it sounded like dozens of humans trying to howl like wolves. Like many people pretending to be a wolf pack, and it sounded like its origin was inside the caves themselves. My dog was as spooked as I was and had already started running back to the campsite when I turned around. The sounds actually continue until I'm well inside the camp perimeters. The sun was almost completely set when I decided to let Teddy out for one last bathroom break. I was freaked out by what had happened and didn't want to be running around in the dark. Teddy is a dog that simply does not need a leash. He's never more than several feet away from me, so I didn't use one. I zipped up the tent and walked away from our sight. Now, suddenly I realize he's gone. I can't see him anywhere, and there's no sign of him. The sun had finished setting by that time, and I finally gave up screaming for him and returned to my tent, which had not been left alone. The tent actually had a broken zipper when I arrived, and my stuff was strewn about. Though nothing was missing, I want to emphasize that fact that during this period, I noticed that there were no natural noises, no crickets or anything like that, and the only way I can describe the feeling that I had was pure dread. I never felt so scared before. In fact, I feel the same terror while I write this out. I decide to grab my taser and try and find Teddy. After a bit of whistling and shouting for him, I realize that he's not coming back, so I headed into my tent. I used some safety pins I had, which I closed the zipper with. Now, this is where things get weirder. As I lay there trying not to completely freak out, something starts to violently shake my tent from multiple angles. I can feel it / them brush against my feet sometimes, and the shaking is relentless. At some point, several hours later, I heard my dog outside and I peek out. It was him. I quickly unpin that part of the door and he jumps in. His behaviour is definitely off, and he reacted to the constant shaking of our tent even more than I did. Neither of us slept good that night, and as soon as the morning arrived, we were gone. I called my now ex-boyfriend to drive me out and recounted exactly what happened. He started to Google the area and found out that where I'd walked into was actually the site of an extremely small and impoverished Native American reservation. So his hypothesis was that we had been there, but something had been watching me and decided to mess with me in the dark. Now, this is weird. I don't really know where to begin. I've been house sitting for some friends in the rural PMW. They live up in the long hills on a long twisting road, and the house itself is at the end of a long gravel driveway. The house also sits up against a big evergreen forest. I should also mention that at one point, the driveway branches off and goes into the woods. Now, I have no idea why. I've explored in these areas before and there's nothing. The road is too overgrown for a vehicle to go through anyway, or so I thought. Now recently it snowed a lot here, and I've been kind of trapped, as my gutless sedan doesn't have 4-wheel drive, and the driveway is covered in over a foot of snow, and the road hasn't been ploughed. Anyway, a couple of nights ago, I was sitting up awake reading. I haven't been sleeping well because I got COVID and coughing keeps me up at night. It was about 11:30 and I saw headlights outside the window. I could hardly believe it. First, it was late at night. Second, there's been so much snow that most cars couldn't even make it up here. And third, my friends are out of state and no one else will be coming up here, and they certainly wouldn't be doing so during the night. I peeked out of the window and watched as the headlights, instead of turning right at the bend, come towards the house, then into the woods. I was curious, but I'm also a coward, so I didn't do anything as ridiculous as follow the car in the forest in the middle of the night. But I couldn't let it go. So in the morning, I grabbed my boots and parka and stupidly leave to investigate. The next part I genuinely can't explain. There was one set of tyre tracks in the snow, heading down the road into the woods. I followed them about half a mile into the forest and they suddenly stopped. There was a large fallen tree blocking the road, and no vehicle in sight. The tyre tracks just ended, and there's no footprints in the snow either. I mean, that's it, I had no explanation to this, and I'm really running out of ideas of what it could actually be, and I'm definitely freaked out by this. This story took place 20 years ago when my father and I went on a backpacking adventure. Now, it was a beautiful day when we set out for this. We were actually going camping somewhere, and I was very happy to be out with my father. My father is a forest ranger, and working in that service, I don't always get to see him when I want to. So, at the time, that made me very happy. I could also learn lots of different cool things while we went out on these foresty adventures. It wasn't the first time that we'd been on such ones, but this one in particular felt really special. I was only about 14 at the time, so not very old, but I looked a lot younger than that. Now, as we set out, there's some cloud cover, but not enough to really stop where we were going. The scenery was really picturesque. The trees were pretty tall, and there were some kind of shrubs and things on either side of us. While I'm walking on the first part of the path, I realise that there's someone up ahead of us. I say, Dad, do you see that person over there? My dad turns and looks at me, kind of perplexed, and says, No, I don't think there's anyone there. I say, Dad, yeah, look, don't you see that guy up there who keeps on turning to look at me? And he says, No, I really don't see anything, son. So, with that, we just continue on our way. Now, I don't know if it was because I was young or whatever, but my dad really didn't seem to believe what I was telling him. I'm not sure why. From my point of view, I kept on seeing somebody up ahead of us, dressed in kind of like the fishing or hunting gear, and they just kept on darting in and out of the trees. I would actually see this happening so consistently that I kind of switched off and ignored it. My dad actually took over place with me and would go up ahead just a few meters, and he also wouldn't actually see anything during this time. Again, I think this is pretty bizarre, but we press on regardless. Now, as we're looking around, I can certainly make out that there's a few people now. There doesn't seem to be just one, there's at least two. Again, I raise it to my dad and he tells me that if you can find it in a place I can see it, then yeah, we'll head back. And I thought this was pretty bizarre. I realise now that my dad was probably trying to calm me down, and he actually told me that he was a little bit worried but couldn't see a thing. And that's what I think's so odd about this experience. It turned out that no matter how many times I would tell him about it, he couldn't see anything. But like I found out later, he was in fact concerned a little bit. Now, we eventually get to roughly where we're going to set up camp, and I don't really feel that safe there. I tell my dad over and over again that I really think this isn't a good idea, and I'm pretty sure that somebody's kind of followed us in here. But again, My dad being dismissive just tells me not to worry about it and that we should just enjoy the day together. This is when he kind of switched off, but I guess I didn't. So we set up a little camping bit and we decide that we're going to do some fishing. Hadn't done fishing in a while. I certainly wasn't the best at it, but the whole time that we're doing this, I just can't relax, and I have the feeling that we're being followed or at least watched. Now this is the next weird thing. As we're fishing, I feel something hit me and fall off. I don't know, I think maybe something's fallen from my jacket. So I turn around and see what it is, and there's a stone. I pick it up and inspect it, but I can't see anything weird about it, and I put it down again. I look all around, and another stone falls next to me. At this point in time, my dad isn't here. He's gone to set up a campfire, and I think this might be my dad. I decide to get a handful of these rocks just so I can throw them back. But then I hear it. A whistling sound. I can't figure out where it's coming from when suddenly I spot it. There's somebody halfway up a tree with binoculars, literally staring at me, trying to wave now. I say, "Dad?" And they raise their finger to their mouth for me to be quiet. Still confused as to what was happening, I decide that I should start heading back to the campsite, and that's what I do. I find my dad there and I say, "Dad, what was that?" He says, "What, son?" I ask him what's he doing again, and he says literally nothing, this is a fire. And I say, "No, I thought you were up a tree with binoculars," and he kind of laughs at me and says, "No, of course I wasn't, what do you mean?" Looking more serious now, and I go and take him to the exact spot where it happened, and there's no one in the tree. He says, "Son, look, I know you've not been out here that many times, but try not to scare yourself too much, alright?" And he kind of convinced me that nothing was wrong, and I actually relaxed a bit. I say, "Yeah, but Dad, they were throwing stones at me." And he tells me that he's not really seen anyone out here this whole time, and he would know about it because of his line of duty. I kind of sighed at this and actually cringe at it today because, yeah, you can do something, but that doesn't mean that you're an expert of every situation related to it. Now, I'm pretty unsettled, and we decide to get some shut-eye now, but the whole time I just could not sleep. I don't know, I just really couldn't. But eventually I managed to half drift off, and I'm awoken to the sound of rainfall. I then wipe my eyes and kind of sit up. I realise it's not rainfall, but it sounds like there's something wrong with the tent. It sounds like one big drop of water then nothing. So I get up and look outside. My dad's still asleep at this point, and as I take my head outside of the tent door, I realise that a stone lands close to me again. The fire's gone out now, and I hear some whistling again. I can't figure out where it's coming from, and I was so tired that I'm pretty convinced I was half asleep. But then I hear a voice. It tells me in a hushed tone, "Come here, I want to show you something." And I'll turn around and try and wake my dad and say, "Dad, please, you've got to come here. There's something very wrong." And my dad slowly gets up. Now, the second that my dad starts moving, we can hear all kinds of crashing sounds through the trees, and clearly somebody's running away. I say, "Dad, Dad," and my dad gets up very quickly and grabs a flashlight. He points it in the direction where that we thought we heard somebody, but there's just some trees moving. My dad says, "Son, come on, it's just an animal. Just go to sleep. We probably didn't tie the food up properly, and I don't know, not to worry about things." Now, this actually frustrates me quite a lot because I'm not kidding. I literally heard someone, but again, my dad being dismissive now and a little bit angry says, "Son, it's just in your head. I'm really tired and we need to sleep." So you imagine how I felt at this point. I had a parent who wasn't really taking my concerns very seriously, and from my perspective, there's literally somebody out here trying to lure me into the woods, but apparently this is just an animal who also speaks perfectly good English. Yeah, right. Good chance for leaving that. So, after a sleepless night, we get our things together and we start heading over to the next campsite. It was only a few day trip, but I really wasn't enjoying it now. I keep on and on telling my dad that I think something's wrong here, but he doesn't listen to me. And again, I think I can hear something, and my dad finally takes it more serious now. I'd hear twigs snapping in the distance, and this was kind of unsettling me a lot, and my dad decides to climb off a small hill just to see what he can see. Now, my dad actually goes off a tree a little bit. I don't know how he did it because he's quite heavy, and I was laughing the whole time trying to watch him, saying, "Dad, that the tree's gonna come down," and that kind of broke the tension a lot. I ended up coming off after him and he says, "Son, look at this." I go up quite quickly, half expecting to see somebody there, but there's literally nobody around. He says, "See, nothing to worry about," and I'm a little more relaxed this time. Now, I look around once more, and I'm sure that I can see somebody again. Well, I don't see a person, but I just see the faintest glisten of glass, like somebody with binoculars is staring at us. And I try and get my dad to look at it, but he says, "Son, I don't have my glasses with me or binoculars. I can't see it." And I'm completely baffled now, because literally dead in front of him, I can see the glisten of something, but he's not paying attention. The thing that scared me is this is pointed directly at the tree that we're a part of, so they knew we were here. But again, my dad's dismissive and says, "Come on, son, we're nearly there now." And that was that. So I go down the tree first, and I actually got stuck halfway down and my dad had to free me, but eventually we make it to the bottom. Things are a little bit better now, and I feel fortunate for that. So now, with the sun getting closer to setting, we eventually head off and finally make it to the new campground. And this is when my dad finally or formally acknowledges that something's off. He says, "Yeah, you're kind of right. There was definitely someone here at some point." I say, "What do you mean?" He said, "God, I've reserved this spot. There shouldn't be anybody here." And my dad was more annoyed about spending money and someone tainting his precious spot, which again I think is pretty bizarre. I asked him, "Well, how do you know someone's here?" And he said, "Look, there's some tracks here and they're pretty fresh. And you can kind of see a weird boot print. It's almost like they come up to where the campground is and then just go off into the tree line, but you can tell they're pretty fresh." There was also evidence of some kind of fire being here not too long ago. And what does my dad do? Just dismisses it. Pretty annoyed now, I walk off and I know where a lake is so I can go and get a good view of. It's not really a lake, it's more like a body of water, but I want to just get away from him for a bit and clear my head. Looking back on it, it probably wasn't a good idea, but it felt like the thing to do. I sit there for a while and my dad's aware of where I've gone because I've told him, but not the exact reason for it. I keep on playing the events over and over again in my head, and I start to worry that maybe I've got some kind of weird flu that's making me see things. Or maybe that's just how it is when you're out here on places like this. There's things that you can see, things that you can almost touch, but they aren't actually there. I mean, I don't know. I've heard lots of people scaring themselves like this, and I know that it's some kind of self-fulfilling cycle, and I try to relax myself more, finally taking my dad's side of the story. I mean, it does seem pretty weird that my dad's got no recollection of these things really, and he never seems to be able to see it, but that's fine. So I start to feel a bit better now, and I start throwing some stones into the water. I was trying to get the stones to skip, but it wasn't really working. And then, what do I know? Over my shoulder, a stone goes just past my head, and I hear "sorry." Now I'm frozen then. It doesn't sound like my dad. And I can hear someone approaching now. I decide to get the biggest rock I can and turn around quickly and scream, and I'm met with my dad. He says, "God, son, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get the stone that close to you, but I want to help you out." And I dropped the stone, and my God, and kind of cursed myself for being so silly once more. My dad actually showed me how to skip the stones and it was pretty cool. I can never really get them to bounce more than a couple of times, but I found if you got the right shape on and threw it with your arm kind of twisted, you would actually be able to make them move in the water, which I thought was pretty cool. It's something I've been doing ever since actually when I get the chance, but my dad says sorry for not believing me and I say sorry for just making him worry for no reason. We made up from a little kind of falling out and we head back for a night that I'm never going to forget. So, we get back to the campgrounds and my dad looks a little bit more worried and I keep asking him what's wrong. He keeps telling me, son, don't worry, there's nothing. But he eventually says that he feels like somebody's watching us now and can't shake it. He tells me that he's going to have his knife near the door and if anything comes, they're going to get it. And that actually makes me feel a little bit more safe. And then eventually, we drift off to sleep. Now, I'm awoken by the urge to pee, and I don't know what the time was, but I remembered there were plenty of stars out and I'd never really paid attention to them before. I remember thinking to myself that I could actually look at this all day, and I couldn't get over how beautiful the view actually was. These stars look absolutely gorgeous, and as I'm standing there, I realise that it's time to pee now, so I head off and go to an area that I can urinate in. After finishing my business, I go to turn around and I feel something. Within what's probably less than a second, somebody sweeps me up and I go to scream, but my mouth is covered. I don't know what's happening, all I know is the adrenaline and rush of it, and I start desperately trying to fight my way back. This terrifying situation suddenly hits my conscious at once, and I realise that somebody has literally swooped me up and is heading off into the tree line. Every second that they take a step further away from my dad and safety is agonising, and I try harder to scream. I'm screaming, "Dad, Dad," and then I hear somebody telling me to be quiet. They tell me that if I make another sound that they're going to kill me right here and now, and the way they said it and their tone makes me entirely believe them, and I go more quiet. I'm still trying to struggle to escape, but I just can't. All I know is that I'm very disorientated and I don't know where I'm going. Every so often I get another view of the stars up ahead of me, and I keep trying my very best to fight back. Then suddenly, I remembered something that I could do from a survival class that we had in school. Apparently, if you're in a situation like this, then you want to gouge eyes or hit some sensitive parts, and I choose the latter. With all my 14-year-old strength, I swing back and whack down as hard as I can, and I hit this guy in, well, you can imagine where. And finally, with a thud, I hit the ground. Now, I got up and immediately started screaming like a bat out of hell, and I start running. I run so quick that immediately I knock myself over from hitting into a tree, and then I go silent. I then hear somebody screaming out, "Hey, hey," and I realise that my dad's woke up. I can hear someone panicking around me, swearing, saying, "Where are you? Just come here. We're going to go on an adventure." They keep repeating that. All I knew that I could do in this moment is to remain as quiet as I possibly can. I do this for another 2 or 3 minutes before I realise that this person has gone off and I don't know where they are. Now I'm met with a choice. I can either make noise so my dad knows where I am, or remain as quiet as possible, but I decide it's time to make some noise, and I start to make my way towards my dad screaming. I say, "Dad, Dad." He says, "Son, come into the light." And I start sprinting towards him and stupidly go into another tree. I didn't actually feel the pain of it until afterwards, so I mean, I was probably pumped full of adrenaline because of the situation that I was in. I run over to my dad and he grabs me and says, "Where is he? I'm gonna kill that," and lots of profanities. I tell him I don't know where he is, and my dad's so angry that he's shaking with a knife and torch in one hand. I say, "Dad, we've got to get back," and he says, "Son, I know." My dad curses out very loudly, saying, "I'm gonna kill you," over and over again, and He takes me back to the tent, still screaming this. He says, "Sonny, you're right," and asks me to explain what happened, and he starts profusely apologizing for not believing what I said, and he tells me, "Don't worry, we're gonna get him." We get some of the basic things we need, and my dad grabs me by my hand, holding my hand very tightly, and we start heading along the trail again, and we start the path back to where we started originally. It doesn't take too long, and we're pretty much back where we're supposed to be, and my dad immediately gets onto a phone at the station, makes a call to the police, and waits for the police to arrive. He keeps on asking me over and over again what happened and how, and eventually the police arrive, and I can't actually describe the person, because the thing is I couldn't see them at all, but I do give quite a detailed account of what had happened in the days leading up to it. The police put it down to an attempted kidnap, and they do a large manhunt. Now, we get everything together and drive home, and my dad just constantly apologizes for not believing me sooner. He says that as soon as we get home, he's going to come back and join the search with his knife. Well, it turns out he wasn't able to do that in the end, because obviously the police aren't going to let him go out there and kill someone, and eventually he calms down enough to come back to his senses. Now, this whole ordeal only lasted for a few days, but it actually felt like a lifetime. I'll never forget the image of that person running off somewhere into the woods and me hiding, or of the torches of the police going into the forest trying to hunt this person. I wish I could say that they got to him, but I don't think it ever happened. Now, for all I know, that person could still be out there at large, and could be preying on other people like me. It sounds bad to say, but I really wish that my dad could have just got to him and finished him off, because what that guy could have done to me is not even worth thinking about. I'm just very grateful for the survival lessons which I had, which allowed me to react accordingly in this situation. I think everyone listening to this should do similar training, because you don't know when you actually need it. I've spoken to my dad about this many times after, and he said that it was only on the first day that he kind of got concerned, but after I kept on saying something that seemed so unbelievable, he just couldn't believe it himself. And he said because of his service, he was pretty convinced that it couldn't have been the case, because he had never seen anything like it before. Apparently cases this bad are very uncommon, and he just never expected to experience one himself. We did eventually go on lots of different camping adventures after that, and they were much better, but we wouldn't go to very desolate places or where nobody was around. I think that's key to this. I think if you go to places that are miles away from different people, or any people for that matter, then you're not going to find the best of people. And probably lots of times that you think that you're on your own in the forest, you might actually not be, and that is an incredibly dangerous thing, I think. Yes, I learnt this the hard way, but I'm glad that I'm still alive today. Now, to set the scene for my story, at the time I was just a broke college kid. I was driving back from the campus back towards where my parents live. Now, I'd been on the road for quite a number of days now, stopping at different motels periodically not to get too tired and fatigued. When I reach my parents' state, it suddenly becomes a lot more wooded, and I guess the air becomes cleaner in some ways. I'm not really too much of a hippie about environmental things, but honestly I think there's a huge difference you find when you get back into the cleaner air states, i.e. the ones with more woods and forests. Now, to set the scene a little bit further, at the time of this trip I was pretty tired, to be honest, and kind of getting fed up of everything. Honestly, it feels like no matter how much I work, I didn't seem to be getting anywhere. The assignments were basically piling up, and I was getting really fed up of it. I mean, I guess a lot of you can relate to this, but at the time I didn't really realise that it was important to manage time, so I'd basically implode every once in a while, hence why I was pretty happy to be driving. Now, to be honest, I really found that I was resetting while driving through those woods. Now, on this particular day in question, I was feeling pretty tired. I've been on the road for a little bit now and I only had myself for company. So to try and make things a little more interesting, I decided that I was going to drive through the woods. Now, I mean off the road kind of, well at least a true pavement, onto the kind of gravelly roads until it's basically a forest road. If you live in those kinds of areas, you'll know the difference. New to these areas I was not, but this one I was. I pulled onto this main road when it wasn't too dark. The sun was beginning to set and I was basically on the very last stretch. As I turn into this part of the road, I immediately almost run over a rabbit and stop because of it. I feel a bump in the road and I'm convinced that I've just killed the poor thing. I say, oh god, you've got to be kidding me. I really wanted a break from having things on my conscience and already feeling burnt out. It felt like everything was starting to accumulate. I got out and luckily it all seemed to be fine. That was when I noticed someone off the side of the road. I said, hey, I almost killed that thing and laughed, hoping they would respond, but they don't seem to say anything. They just stand there, just off to the side of a tree, and don't say a word to me. I realise that I'm not very welcome here and decide that I probably need to get a move on. The person isn't dressed too strange. They have a flannel jacket on, I think that's what they're called, which is kind of a dark yellowy colour, some jeans on and a cap, and I really can't see much else. They seem pretty tall, at least 6 feet, and I don't want to stick around for much longer. Glad that I've not killed the rabbit, I'm happy to set off again, though I have to be a little bit more slow now, as I decide that I'm going to avoid the main road and go off the roads that are kind of more winding and easier to get lost to. I know it's stupid because I thought I was escaping the danger of that person, but instead I was probably getting myself somewhat lost. I take a quick look in the mirror and I can't see them anywhere, so I think I'm fine. While I'm driving, night has started to set quickly, and I turn on the radio for some music. It's just some of the local stations which aren't really good to say the least, so I ended up putting in a cassette tape that I have. And yes, I'm an old person, so we used to use cassette tapes. At the time I was listening to Nirvana, and it was pretty cool. I love Smells Like Teen Spirit, and some of their other classics they had on there. Now the first part of my return goes pretty well. Everything's relatively normal, and I do make way. I'm pretty sure I'm heading in the right direction, but I realised soon that maybe it wasn't a good idea to go off the main path. Where I'm driving, I've pretty much come to a snail's pace because of all the trees around me, and I have to be very careful not to go over something that could puncture my tyre. Now the radio cuts in and out basically because I'm going relatively deep into the forest now, so I really have to mind my way because I know I'm kind of getting lost at the same time due to the unresponding radio signal. However, lo and behold, I can see some red lights just up ahead of me, signaling that there's probably another car up there and that I should probably follow them to get back to civilization. I know this is a stupid idea, but when you're lost it seems like a good one. I turn on my lights momentarily and try and capture what kind of car it is, but it's pretty hard to tell, but it's basically a black truck. I try and get a closer look, but I realise that I can't actually see their lights that well. That's bizarre. It seems like they're driving in the dark and I've only seen the reflection temporarily, or maybe they turned their lights off when they saw me, or they were braking. I wasn't too sure, and then I noticed something else odd. I can't seem to see any kind of registration plate on the truck ahead of me. Now this is probably a bad sign to be honest, because why would anybody be driving around here without a reg plate? Well, I guess there's probably a good chance that they're up to something dodgy or are not insured, so I decide the best thing I can do now is just keep quite a nice pace behind them. I continue driving regardless and make sure that I keep a distance. It's now blatantly obvious that I'm behind them because of course I'm coming at them with my beams on, so at least I can accept that they know where I am. I continue following for a number of seconds until I seemingly come up right behind them and I realise that they've stopped for some reason. Now this is pretty odd, and you don't really want to have this in the forest. The problem really is that somebody might be coming up behind me now, and I'm not going to be able to escape. I keep looking in my rearview mirror because I'm pretty paranoid that something dodgy is about to happen, but I can't figure out exactly what it could be. I roll down my window for a second about to ask if they need help, but I realise quickly this is a stupid idea, and luckily some higher conscious in my brain kicked in and said, "Get back, don't do this." So I start to reverse my car a little bit. After a few seconds they turn on their lights and I can actually see the rear views a bit, and they start driving. I give them a few seconds to go off and I seem to not be able to catch up with them again. I'm still not exactly sure where I am at this point and it's quite annoying. It's starting to become a little bit foggy at the same time, which is really restricting my visibility. It seems strange because the truck basically went into nowhere and I really can't figure out where they could have possibly gone. Also, the road was pretty cruddy up here. There's these massive holes in the road and I'm really worried that I'm going to bust my tyre or my car. And I know my mum would have killed me if I had done that, and I hate to think what would have happened if my dad caught me in that situation. So I plough onwards just very cautiously. The trees are relatively big at this point, and they're pretty full of life. If I roll down the window just a little bit to get some air, I have to be careful for bugs not to fly in. I think at this time of year especially, they're really in full swing of life, and it's pretty nice on most occasions, just not this one. I continue going down the same path until eventually I make it back onto a main forest road, if that makes sense. I'm very relieved at this point because I'm no longer lost necessarily and I have a rough idea of what direction I have to go in. Basically, this will be pretty much a one-way thing until I get to the main road again, and then I'm only about 50 minutes from home. Success is in sight. I continue driving and realise that my gas isn't too good at the moment, so I have to make sure I get back and don't get stranded out here. Now when I see it this time, it's like it's had a little crash, but almost comical how obviously it's been set up. It literally looks like a truck is crashing into a tree and someone's laying next to it, but there's no damage whatsoever to the truck. While driving a little further, I can catch the reflection of something up ahead. Now I realise that it's the same truck again. This time I can just see the glow of its tail lights. I decide to stop and scope it out. I have some cheap binoculars with me and I try my best to see, but unfortunately, with astigmatism, it just looks like a big blur because of the headlights. God, how are my eyes this bad that I can't even look for danger? I decide to put the binoculars down, actually throwing them back towards me in frustration, and decide that I should very cautiously creep up and investigate what's wrong. Now it appears like the same truck from before has just gone off to the side of the road, and it's perfectly parked in front of a tree. The tree's completely fine, but there seems to be something next to it. I pray to God it's not a body, but something just feels off in this situation. I start to edge closer and closer until I realise that somebody seems to be laying on the ground. They're dressed in basically all black with a strange kind of robe on. It's almost like a cape, but not really, but they just look really out of place in terms of what they're wearing. I then realise that the truck is literally perfectly fine and the tree, and the person, funnily enough, has moved very slightly. I realise that I'm probably in grave danger now, and this is a setup. I feel frozen with fear and don't know whether I can go on or not. I decide the best thing to do now is just reverse the truck, then turn around. I'm keeping my eyes fixated on this person 100% in the road, making sure they don't move, and making sure that there's nobody waiting in the truck for me. The last thing I want to do is get shot by a shotgun, and I'm too young to pass away like this. I slowly back out and look 100% forward the whole time until eventually I round a corner. Now luckily for me, nothing happens at this point. I'm able to turn around and make it onto some more forest roads where I can take the long way round. Now granted, going through the back roads is really a bad idea because this path alone is bad enough, but coming off the road makes it even worse for me. But something is off about this. I know now that I have to get away from this person because something is wrong. I decide to stop for one moment, pick up the binoculars and scout out before I proceed. I quickly turn off all the lights and look at my binoculars. I realise now that if I slowly come out of my car and kind of crawl up to the trees, I can investigate with the binoculars. Feeling truly like G.I. Joe, hell of a name, I decide that I'm gonna do it. I slowly crawl out, making as little noise as possible, still with the engine off and all of the lights. I don't bother locking the door, and I slowly crawl up to the position where I need to scout out what's happening. I can no longer see the figure, but the truck seems to have moved a little bit further. God, I knew they were up to something. Luckily for me, I didn't panic too much. Don't ask me why, I was probably just fed up and wanted to get home. I continue watching and basically nothing happens for a good 2 minutes, me purely fixated on the truck, slowly being caught up with the sounds of the insects and whatnot around me. Suddenly I hear rustling to the left of me. I stop dead in my tracks, not moving another inch from my vantage point. I decide to stay perfectly still, and I can hear this person slowly getting closer and closer to me through the forest. I can hear crunch, crunch, crunch slowly getting louder. I try my best not to look to my left, but I have to. I need to know whether I have to fight or run now. And suddenly, I notice it's a creature on the floor. I don't know exactly what this is, but maybe it's some kind of possum I haven't seen before. It's hard to tell because of all the adrenaline running through my body made my eyes shake a little bit and not focus. I go, God, under my breath, and then immediately back to the truck. Now I realise that the truck is gone, which is really bizarre because I was watching that thing only 10 seconds ago and I didn't hear it move, but maybe just maybe I was so scared that I couldn't really look anywhere else. Now realising that the potential danger seems to be heading off in the opposite direction as me, I decide to wait for a while, but I want to scout out the area before I go any further. I didn't remember to lock the truck at the time, and I considered going back to do it, but realised that I'm going to hear anyone pretty quickly if they go there. I decide to continue on my G.I. Joe mission and crawl up closer and closer to where the truck was. I then begin crawling very slowly and quietly through the leaves, and I realise that I'm not making much sound and I feel pretty safe at the time. My eyes have basically adjusted to the darkness pretty well, and I'm just being more careful not to go into little puddles and things. I don't want to get my clothes crappy, especially not out here. I continue on, and I eventually make it up to the edge of the trees, basically where the road is. Now from here I can see pretty well in both directions, and I can see that the coast is clear. I still have literally no sign of the person or the truck, so I assume that they've gone off in another direction trying to look for me. If they stayed on the main path, which I'm pretty certain they have, then they're not going to be near me. They've probably gone in the opposite direction because I wouldn't have been able to escape otherwise. I decide the best thing to do now is slowly crawl back to my original position. I can hear movement once again. Just the second I start turning and I duck down, I bury myself in leaves and wait. I can hear a click 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 around me with twigs breaking. I can hear this continuing for a few seconds, but it sounds just like the animal I heard before, so I'm suddenly at ease again. Now I'm not 100% convinced that this is what happened, but I'm far quieter now just in case, and decide to lay buried as long as I can. I think I'm pretty well buried and I'm just getting annoyed at the smell of the leaves around me. They smell absolutely disgusting. I wait here for a good 10 minutes until I start to get quite cold quite quickly and realise that once again I should really be getting on the move. And I take the leaves off myself, now realising that I wasn't as well hidden as I thought I was. Now one strange thing during this is I can see a red light in the trees, maybe 4 or 5 feet in the air. I don't know what it was and I only saw it for about 5 seconds, but it definitely distracted me. I then realised that I have to crawl back and I should probably stay as quiet as I can to do so. I turn round and I start making my way towards the truck again. Now everything's normal at first and I don't really have anything concerning. Every so often I can hear the sounds of animals around me, but I kind of come at one with nature at this point and I'm not really bothered by them now. And I'm pretty sure I can differentiate the difference between those and people. Whoever was trying to get me is now long gone, and I slowly make it back to my truck. Now I'm glad that I didn't bother locking it before because it would have made far too much sound, and I jump back in. I put the ignition in and I do something relatively stupid. I don't turn on any lights whatsoever. I'm worried it's going to draw attention to me, and my night tires are pretty well adjusted now. I turn off some of the lights inside the cabin that I can control, and I very slowly start reversing back out the way I've come. Now to say this was difficult would be an understatement, especially because some condensation is built up on the rear mirror and the rear window, but I make it somehow. Now, I was doing some incredible reverse driving here that I really wish some other people could have seen. I eventually make it back onto the path and I take a look to my left and right and can't see anything or anyone. Presuming it's safe now, I start off. Now maybe adrenaline or senses are caught up with me after my adrenaline dump because I end up going very quick. While driving I notice a small little cabin building just off to the right of the road, but it looks like it's been long abandoned. I'm driving very quick and some rain has picked up at this point. I decide that I have to put on the lights because it's too dangerous now and I really can't see where I'm going. I went over a bump slightly too quick in the road and I skid, I'm not kidding, seconds from hitting a tree. I managed to kind of oversteer around the tree and I curse myself for being so stupid. It then dawns on me that if I drive at this pace I'm probably going to catch up with whoever's ahead of me. I then realise the best thing I can do is turn my normal beams on and flash my full beams periodically just so I can illuminate corners. But of course the issue with doing so is that it's going to notify everyone around me as to exactly what I'm doing right now. I continue driving at a more normal pace and I realise that I have to do this or I'm going to run out of fuel pretty soon. While driving, I'm suddenly met with a flash of light. It kind of dazes me for a millisecond and I'm partially blinded. Suddenly I can see well again and I realise that it was a lightning bolt. A few seconds later, I almost jolt forward and fall out of the driving seat because the loudest thunder I've ever heard in my life seems to have gone off at that exact moment I was driving. Most likely heightened from this situation, I feel really scared again. What's worse is the trees are getting much bigger where I am now, and it's making driving very difficult. I decide to turn on my high beams for most of this part of the journey, though I know it's not good for my car battery, and at the time my car was pretty old, so this is an issue. Around another corner and the rain's picked up a lot and I go through quite a big puddle, and I kid you not, the car stopped. I pull my head back and say, God, you've got to be kidding me. This literally looks like that scene in Jurassic Park when the car breaks down and the dinosaur comes. I didn't have one of those cool Jeep things and I don't have a sunroof to look out of, but God I was scared. I ended up punching the steering wheel and luckily it didn't set off the car horn because that would have easily notified others of my position. I quickly turned my head around, scouting all around me looking for anyone else that could either help me or might be a danger, and I don't see anyone. I jump out of the car and quickly start pushing it. I managed to just about get it off of a rock that it was stuck under. I mean, that's probably an exaggeration, but I just kind of shimmied it into a better position. I start kicking some more rocks and things around so I can clear up a path, and my tire is now free again. I quickly jump back in and my feet are soaked, and luckily the car starts now. Luckily for me, no dinosaurs come to eat me. I then turn off of another forest road, and I know exactly where I am now. I'm not far from a main road, and God, I'm excited. Just before I turn on, I stop to give way to potential oncoming traffic, and my hands tighten on the steering wheel. At first I'm not sure exactly why I'd done this, then a second later I realised that my subconscious has noticed car beams coming. I quickly turn off the engine and all of the lights with it, and I duck down in my seat. Another car's coming. Then it hits me, it looks just like the truck I've seen before. I lay as low as I can as it slowly passes me, quickly jumping up when it's about to round the corner. Then I realise that it has a license plate. It's a different car. I let out a sigh of relief as I realise that I'm probably a little too paranoid from what happened. I start my engine again and then turn onto the road. Now for the first couple of minutes of driving, I'm going at a ridiculous speed again, kind of neglecting my fuel. I realise soon that this is a pretty bad idea because I'm not actually sure where the next gas station is. I drive for another 10 minutes until eventually I make it back to roughly where civilization should start, and I know a gas station isn't too far away. Now on this drive, I basically put down those people to playing a cruel prank on me, or maybe they thought it was a friend of theirs or God knows what, and I've actually calmed myself down a lot. I decide that I'm not going to report it to anyone, I'm just going to go asleep, and I know for a fact that if I tell my parents, they're never going to forgive me for driving this course alone, and they're going to demand that they go and pick me up from my college, and that's not going to happen. I don't need the embarrassment from them, thank you. So, I continue on. I eventually pull into a gas station, and my God, I've never seen such a middle of nowhere one as this. To say it looked creepy would be an understatement, and I'm very tempted to go back into the forest again because I'd rather deal with whatever was out there than this place, but I don't have much of a choice. My meter is just over empty and I'm on an incline, so that's probably accounting for it having that little bit above it. I sigh and say fine, if I've got to go in, I've got to go in, and I close the door and step out into another puddle. God, this can't get any worse, I say to myself. I decide with the $10 I had remaining in my wallet that I'm going to spend $7 on gas and I'm going to use the other 3 on getting some kind of food or whatever as a treat. As I get closer, I realise that this isn't really going to be an easy gig because there's not much food in there, which does actually annoy me because I'm quite hungry, and they only have them small portable gasoline things that you can fill up when it's an emergency. I walk in there and I realise that they have some chocolate bars and I'm quite delighted. I say, hey, how much for the gas and how much for the chocolate? Clearly with a $10 in my hand. And the attendant says, well, $2 for the chocolate or $10 for the gas. And I regret to say that I had to get the gas at this point, and I hand over the money. Now the person working in there, the only person in there I should say other than me, seems really weird. He seems to hold eye contact for far too long after you've said something, and I just get a really weird uneasy feeling off this guy. He has a weird moustache, he's dressed in a one-piece overall like he's just come out of a farm, and it looks like he doesn't know what the 21st century is. He's about 6 feet tall, and I start to realise that he's kind of matching the description of the person I saw earlier. The clothes were a little different, yeah, but He just gives me really weird vibes that I've not really experienced before. He holds his eye contact for far too long every time and it really annoys me. I go to leave, then he says, "Where are you from? Out of town?" I think, oh god, this is the end for me, and I start panicking and start looking towards the exits quickly. I do so very blatantly because he says, relax, we're not all gonna kill you out here," which made me feel 10 times worse. I then say, no, I'm from very close to here, I'm just on the way home from college. He says, "College? What'd you need that for?" I don't actually bother explaining the course I'm taking because I'm sure he's not going to understand it or why I'm doing it. Though he keeps on pestering on and I tell him that I'm doing business. He laughs and says, "Business? I didn't need a business degree to get in here." Then says how it's a waste of money and starts blaming the government and other things along those lines. He then says, "No really, what are you doing out here?" I then feel very uneasy and I take a few steps back and he says again, "I'm not gonna kill you, but what were you and your friend doing out here?" I'm very worried now that this guy is absolutely off his head and he's just imagining that someone else is there and maybe he sees people. I say, "No one's with me." He says, "Why didn't he come in the store with you?" I say, "What do you mean?" He says, "Who is that just got out of your car?" I say, "No one," somewhat angrily. He says, "I literally saw someone get out of your car, stand in the middle of the car park, just stare at you for a good 4 minutes, then walk off into the forest." The penny dropped. I turn around, then turn to the store attendant, then once more. I try to speak, but no words can come out. I just quickly tell him to lock the door. Thankfully he follows this and says, "What's wrong? What is wrong?" and sits me down, but I'm too scared to move. I then barely get the words out and explain, "I think someone's followed me. I'd come here on my own." Then it hits me of what happened moments earlier. The truck I saw earlier. I start crying a little bit with the fear and he manages to calm me down and says, "Don't worry, I'm gonna go and look. You're safe here." He quickly goes to grab something from the back, unlocks the door, then runs out. He's gone out there with a shotgun, I realise, and I tell myself this can't be happening. Terrified, I quickly go and lock the door because I'm worried that I'm gonna get followed once again. I don't know whether this person is playing some kind of big game on me and this is all just fun for him and he's the one in the truck. I can't be sure, but he's gone outside with the gun into the darkness as the rain falls down. I can hear the occasional lightnings, and that really makes it feel like it's a horror movie right now. I put my hand in my head and close my eyes, and I hear bang 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 on the door. I look up and thank God it was the store attendant again. He says, "Hey, what are you doing? Let me in." And I apologise and quickly open the door. He said, "Hey, whoever that is long gone now, but I want you to see this." He takes me outside with him, still with the shotgun, which is probably the only reason that I went outside with him. You can see some muddy footprints that lead from the opposite side of my car, away from the driver's side, that turn, stand exactly like the guy just described to me, then slowly fade off into the forest. This guy was telling the 100% truth. There was someone in my car that I have no idea about that was in there for God knows how long with me. The attendant then says, "Quick, we're coming inside and calling the police," and I have to thank him for this. We get back inside and he makes me a coffee quickly for free. He then hands me the phone and he says, "I've dialed it for you." An officer picks up and I report exactly what's happened and they say they're going to send someone out to investigate. I say, "Do you want me to wait here?" and they say, "No, it's not necessary." And they then send out their squad and hang up. I then thank the store attendant profusely and I apologise for being so paranoid, but he said it's understandable. He said there's people out here that you don't ever want to mess with, and he said he's heard some stories. He then says that he'll follow me out to my car, but he can't go any further. I thank him profusely again and he says it's nothing and turns around cold-heartedly almost and heads back into the store. I then get in my car again and again I'm ashamed to say it, but I absolutely floor it, going way too quick. The next 30 minutes or so of the drive feel like an absolute blur, and I eventually make it back onto the road that leads to my parents' house, back to true civilization. I pull into my parents' driveway, park up and quickly go to bed. Everyone else is asleep now, it's almost 3 in the morning. I ended up hitting the sheets and waking up the next day feeling exhausted. I didn't tell my parents what happened and my dad jokes and said, "How'd you get caught out in the rain?" I never had the heart to tell them even to this day because I know how much it would have scared them. I tried to follow up and get answers from the police about what happened, but they didn't give me any information and said the investigation's still ongoing. This all happened years ago, and I still have no idea who is in my car with me, or for how long, or what they planned on doing to me. When I was a kid, my family and I were hiking in the mountains. We got to a small clearing at the end of a dirt road and we saw a red convertible with its doors open. My dad said, "Wait guys, let's check this out." He walked around the car a few seconds and then immediately started speed walking towards us. He didn't even look back at us and just said, "Let's go now." I was curious, so I started to walk over to the car but saw several bullet holes and blood on the seats. I ran back and said, "Dad, what happened?" He said, "I don't know, but the hood was warm. It still gives me chills." One of the more weird experiences of my life was while driving through the woods in pretty much the middle of nowhere. My car seemed to stop completely randomly, and I thought there was hailstones outside. There was prodding on the top of my car, then the sides, even to the point that I could actually see the impact on the window, but there was no hailstones whatsoever. It was literally like hundreds of people were punching the sides of my car, and suddenly it stopped, like nothing ever happened. It was so scary that I didn't inspect the car until I got to my destination, but I could clearly see some dents in the side of it like people had been punching it or throwing rocks, but there was no rocks or anything. So one night, I was walking to my friend's house from my grandpa's. The fastest route was to actually cut through a trailer park surrounded by woods. There was a path if you knew the correct yard to trespass, sneaking through a family's yard. Now I finally come to the edge of the woods, only to see very distinct orbs of lights about the size of softballs hovering in front of me. I froze and stare at them for a while, kind of squinting, cocking my head back to see what the hell they are. I decided to approach them and then they flew away. Now I don't believe in ghosts or anything, but I still don't know what I saw to this day. Now this is going to be very long, and everything's based on real life events. So my family owns a lot of property in Heltus, Texas. One ranch actually has a ton of history. Now I grew up on this ranch, and my dad owns a small single-wide trailer. We were neighbours with my tia and tio. They're about 100 yards to the left of us. The back of our trailer is really close to thick woods, so it didn't really have a backyard. We are kind of plopped right in the middle with the woods, but our driveway was connected to the main dirt road, if that makes any sense. Well, I always felt creeped out around the backyard area and our back door. Like I said, we didn't have a backyard. It was a heavy uncleared wooded area. We never used the back door, and it was always locked with one of those chains that went inside. I was actually a very active kid. I couldn't sit still or inside and chill. I always had to be outside exploring. Usually my cousins and I would explore the ranch, build forts and ride four-wheelers, but there were times when we would go exploring but I would go off on my own. I remembered one time I was looking around the trailer alone, trying to find a good spot to build a fort. I was about 8 then. I went right to the end of the trailer to explore. Now this area had a large cleared brush. Behind me was the wooded area. I remembered walking around focusing on finding a good fort spot when out of nowhere I felt very uneasy. My attention immediately went back to the wooded area. I felt as though someone was staring at me. The feeling was so intense, I literally booked it into my house. I remembered that I wasn't really sure exactly who was there, but I just knew someone was near and staring at me. There was another time too, not too long after, that I started experiencing weird things, where I came home from my cousin's house and gone to get some clothes since I was staying the night with her around 9 p.m. My cousin's driveway connects to the main dirt road in the same area as my driveway. Anyway, when I opened the front door and walked into the trailer, I noticed the back door was completely open. Again, I was staying at my cousin's house, right next to the driveway over, and my dad was down the road at a local bar. There was no one at the trailer for hours. My dad never opened the back door ever for any reason. I immediately felt very spooked and tailgated it back to my cousin's house without getting the clothes where I initially went to pick it up. Now there's many other weird things that my cousins and I experienced on the ranch, but this experience is by far the most alarming. It was during the summer of '07, so we're about 12 at the time. We were at my cousin's house, and my dad took us to Hollywood Video earlier that day to rent a movie. This was what he did to make up for being at the bar until around 2 a.m. So we ended up renting the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and decided to watch it until around 1 a.m. We chose to rent this movie and watch it at the time because we love to get spooked. Well, after we had finished the movie, it's around 2 a.m. and we're still up and want to play or party around. So we decided that we would walk to my trailer and pick up the boombox so we could listen to our CDs we'd just burnt on LimeWire and jam out and dance. Remember, my cousin's driveway is connected to the main road parallel to where my driveway was. We went to walk in, and out of nowhere we hear a chainsaw going off in the hill about 50 yards to the left of us, way too close for comfort. Again, this was 2 a.m. in the middle of nowhere. All the land surrounding us is owned by a close family. No one would ever go there to clear the land or operate a chainsaw, not at 2 a.m. in the dark. We had to use a flashlight to see the dirt road in front of us, that's how dark it is. When we heard the chainsaw, we all paused and looked at each other confused. Once we processed what we're hearing, we ran as fast as we could, and make it to the trailer just about, over to my cousin's house. Unfortunately, my dad wasn't home. He was out doing whatever he was doing, so we couldn't tell him about what we just heard or ask for a ride back to the cousins. Now none of us even had a cell phone at the time. We ended up grabbing my loaded .22 and walking back with it in hand. Now luckily we never heard that chainsaw again. Now to this day, my cousins and I are perplexed over this experience. There's literally no logical explanation for the chainsaw we heard at like 2 a.m. In a weird way, it almost sounded like a very loud recording of a chainsaw rather than an actual one. Again, none of my family would wake up at 2 a.m. and start clearing land/brush, or play with a very loud chainsaw recording for any reason. I feel especially weirded out because at the time we just finished watching that particular film. Even though we were trying to get spooked, we know it wasn't just in our heads because we all heard it and we weren't expecting to hear it either. We all heard it as clear as day at the exact same time. My cousins and I told our family about the experience multiple times. My family is always weird. My dad got short with us and said, well, shouldn't have been out there at that time. My tia said something like, well, this is why we always tell you to get back inside after the dark. Now, for some extra info, our family has been in Texas since it is a part of Mexico. My cousins and I are part of Daughters of the Republic of Texas, and our history runs deep. We also have native/indigenous lineage. However, I don't know too much about it, But anyway, I was very creeped out by this and hoped to get some answers. So this happened on Thursday, and I want to know what you guys think. Okay, so I totally understand if no one believes me, but we're still unsure of what happened. So let me explain. On Friday, we're making our way to Clark Summit. As we were walking, now one by one we noticed that we're veering off the trail. I said to my friend in front of me why he's going off the trail, and he said to our friend who is in front the same thing. The friend told us, "I can hear a woman talking, can't you guys hear it?" Now we can't hear anything. We tried to convince her to leave it because it's already kind of dark, and we were close to where we wanted to set up camp on the trail. The friend in the front is female, and insisted what she heard sounded like a woman calling for help. And it sounded like it was really close. She said she felt like she is inclined to investigate a possible female in distress. Well, we're totally okay with going about our business, really. Okay, so I got a bit spooked at first hearing that because she's obviously serious, and we're absolutely certain we can't hear whatever she is. Here's where it gets weird. We only veered off the trail about 300 to 400 meters, yet at one point, we're completely lost. We don't have any fancy gear or GPS stuff because we never really needed it. But we've been on this trail long enough to know that we haven't gone far yet. Yet, we couldn't find any trail or direction after walking for a good 20 minutes. I started to feel weird and really lightheaded. And when I mentioned this to another, they said they felt the same. Now, this was already getting pretty strange. It was like something changed the environment around us, or moved us somehow to another location. I have no idea which way to go, and now it was fully dark. My female friend said she also heard the woman say that "I'm over here and please help," saying it sounded like Curtin crying. So now we're somewhat lost, after only walking for about 20 minutes off a large trail because my friend is hearing voices. We decided to stop walking in any direction, because the last thing that we wanted to do is get lost in the dark. Now we had 2 tents, yes, and sleeping bags in our packs, so we found a clearing and set up. We figured once the sun was out, we would easily find our way back off to the trail. Before we could even lay out the rest, I noticed a tree near us was moving as if someone was climbing it. Now, it was really dark. I wear glasses, so I really struggled to see. So then I called them over to see. I thought it was an animal at first, but it wasn't. It wasn't anything. I could see the outline of what was roughly a human shape, but it was transparent, like completely see-through. That's the best way to describe it. It's similar to the way that heat waves move on the pavement and whatnot. It's the same effect. They see it too. My male buddy said to me, "What are we looking at?" And when we finally spot it, they all said the same thing, transparent but still visible through the foliage. We all just stood there, still whispering theories back and forth as to what we were looking at. I thought maybe it was some kind of optical illusion, but they both immediately jumped to aliens, of course. The thing just sat there, perched on a large branch about 50 feet up. It was like it was watching us. The other oddity is that, after staring at this thing for about 10 minutes, the rest of the forest sounds seemed to go back to normal. Now this was really odd. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I have goosebumps all over me for realizing that it suddenly went silent for no reason. After about 10 minutes of us standing there, whatever this thing was started climbing up the tree, and ever more, until we can't really see it anymore. We approached the base of the tree slowly, walking in a circle with our nets cranked up trying to see it. It was too dark, and the trees were too close up for us to see the top. We didn't hear it jump to another tree, so we assumed it was still up there. We're all obviously spooked, so we're not really sure what to do at this point. Now after 5 minutes of walking, we managed to get back on the trail. Now I literally dropped my bag and said, "What the hell?" And we all stood there very confused, trying to confirm what we were seeing. Now my buddy likes to joke and said maybe we walked through some hallucinogenic spores and had imagined all of it, but I highly doubt that. But whatever happened, it seemed kind of like, I guess, predatory. Like something was luring us, trying to confuse us. My friend still thinks that we were messing with her and not hearing the woman. Was it that thing we saw imitating a woman? Did we get lost on the trail? This is easily the weirdest thing that I've ever seen in my life, and we still don't have a good theory as to what we saw. I mean, this thing wasn't an alien potentially, but it seemed to be humanoid, but it was 100% transparent somehow, able to climb a large tree without making any noise. I truly don't know what we encountered this day. While working as a park ranger, it wasn't uncommon to get calls out to investigate fires, and that happened one day, and boy, I'll never forget it. I headed over to a reported area, and there was already a few other police there and firefighters. They had already checked out the area and knew nobody was in there. I went to go and look at a cabin just before it collapsed, and I kid you not, I saw a dark figure come, stand perfectly in the middle of the flaming doorway, and not move even once it collapsed. They remained completely black amongst the fire, and seemingly just vanished after that. I wasn't sure whether somebody was there and maybe just somehow melted, but we searched through the whole area and there's literally no one.